So in this video, I will explain you the topology, and also we will do our first time connection to one of the FortiGates in the topology. So basically, here I have two FortiGates that will be in HA mode in the feature, and they have here their untrusted side, their trusted side, and here they have their WAN, which is you can consider as internet and untrusted side. So on the back behind the firewall for this HA setup, they will have one subnet currently. And when we speak about this firewall, which is firewall 2 FGT2, it has also similar setup. Just the difference is it doesn't have HA here. It is just standalone, but behind the firewall we have a network, as you can see here, starting with 35 dot something. And WAN side, it has the IP address from same subnet as the HA, as you can see here. So they can easily communicate with each other. And on the other hand, I have one management cloud here, which facilitate my connection to all of the devices from one site, from one IP address. So basically this is the setup, and let me show you how to provision the first time configuration. So as soon as you provision the one of the FortiGates, you can just open it with a double click. And on the other hand, since it's out of topic, I don't explain here how I created this topology from first installation. If you just search on Google, on YouTube, how to deploy a FortiGate on GNS3, you will see a bunch of videos explain this detailed, because it might take time, so it's not within this video, that's why. So as soon as you are able to deploy one of them, it's not a problem for you to create all the topology here. So let me continue with the connection, the provisioning the first time connection. So as soon as I double click, the login CLI come. We can consider this connection as a console connection, and the default username is admin, and default password is empty normally. So you should click enter here. But since I defined a password already, I can connect the device. So first thing I should do to go to system interface, edit. Here I use port 1, set IP 15.15.15.4 255.255.255.0, enter, and then set allow access, ping, HTTPS and SSH. So I will try show. So this is my current configuration, and as soon as I type here next and enter, the configuration is saved right away. So this is a default FortiGate behavior. There is no save command. Everything is saved as soon as you use next or end. But on the other hand, you can go to config system, let's say edit port 5 and set IP 555, just for an example. And if you click on Ctrl+C here, which is abort, then this setting is not going to be set. But apart from that, if you use next or end to quit from the configuration, it's automatically saved. So the other FortiGate specific thing is we allow the access to the device under the port settings, as you can see here. So from port 1, now I am going to be able to provide ping, HTTPS or SSH accesses. For example, if you compare this feature with Cisco ASA or Checkpoint, you should create an IP policy for these accesses specifically for that port. But here it's different. So we are doing this access to device configuration right under the interfaces. So since it's fine now, and if you are connecting to the device through other, or if you will need connection to the device from a third network, I mean from an outside network, as you know, you should also set a static route. Do I have any here? No. So edit one. So set gateway, let's say 15.15.15.2, and set device. Device means interface in FortiGate. So set interface port 1. And also, of course, destination 000, because I am currently defining the default route. So if I say show, yes, it's here, and if I say and, it is saved. So let me connect to Google Chrome and try to connect Web GUI with this connection from this IP address, which belongs to port 1. And just please use here HTTPS, not HTTP, because they are different protocols. At least they are considered so. So they have different ports, and we didn't allow HTTP yet. So admin and password. So as soon as I go to network interfaces, I can see what I have already defined here, and also the administrative allow accesses I already provided. So you can increase it with also FMG FortiManager access, CapWeb access, you know, this protocol for wireless, Snmp, reduce accounting, and so on. So as the last step, under static routes, network static routes, I can also see the default route I have already set. So it has the default administrative distance 10 here. So thank you for listening, and see you on the next video.
Hi everyone. In this video, I will show you shortly the FortiGate GUI. So mainly the dashboard, to be honest. So if you click here, dashboard status, there are some widgets here, and each widget has some feature, and this one showing the number of sessions. You can just filter it with the time, for example. And this one is CPU, and here you see the memory. Since I use VM and I don't assign too much RAM, that's why I have high memory usage here, but no worries. This is not relevant to the device itself. And here I have a bandwidth of port 1. So you can change their places, like by dragging and dropping, or here you can resize them. For example, here it has 2 dot. If I make it 1 dot, it will be smaller. If I make it 2 dot, it will be again the same. And here you see security fabric. Actually, security fabric means how did you integrate it to your FortiGate with the other Fortinet products like FortiAnalyzer, FortiSandbox, and so on. So if you don't have anything else but FortiGate, you will not see anything here. And this is for HA status. And normally this is not the default view actually. As you can see, there is a gear button here, gear button, and if you click on it, and if you click on add widget, there are standard widgets here. For example, this system information and license status, these are also very useful. Or you can add monitor ones with interface bandwidth. For example, this port 1 on the left, This is I added with interface bandwidth 1. If you click on it, you choose the interface and you add the widget. Yeah, so this is all for GUI. And actually, normally, as soon as you enter, you logged in a FortiGate, you should directly check your CPU and memory to see if there is a general issue on the device. So this is all for dashboard. Thank you for listening and see you on the next video. Hi everyone. In this video, I will show you how to create local users on the FortiGate. Like admin account, I am always logging into this device, similar to that one. So we need just these two sections under system. So first you need an admin profile. So I will come here and create new. I will tell it my read-only profile. And then I will set everything to read. So for all the sections on the left, I will the user which has just this access will have the readability access only. And here you can set another timeout than to the global one. And I will tell never timeout. Okay. Okay. And then I will go to administrators. Create new administrator. And RO user. Read-only user. IO user. Yes. This is a local user. I set its credentials and admin profile will be my RO profile. I don't want two-factor authentication. If you would like to, you can set, restrict the login to trusted host only. For example, I just want to log in via my computer and I don't want any other person can log in with this username. So I just restricted it to my subnet and you can add here even more subnet. So I will tell OK. So I will log out. RO user. I will log in. So he'll go to SD-WAN for example or interfaces. I will double click. And as you can see, I don't have apply button here anymore. I can't make any changes. I can see everything, but apply buttons will be lost for me. Yes. So this is all for local users. Thank you for listening and see you on the next videos. Hi everyone. In this video, I will very shortly explain future visibility here under system. Because this is important. While you are configuring something, you might not able to see some buttons or some features. Because not to make the device too complex with everyone, Fortinet by default disables some features here, and you should enable it according to your requirements. So here, for example, I have multiple interface in policies and multiple security profiles in policies. Or here I have allow unnamed policies. For example, if I disable this, for each and every policy I created, I have to give a name for them. I can't leave it empty. Or if I disable this one, multiple security profiles, I can't use within the same policy antivirus profile and web filter profile at the same time, for example. It will not allow it. Or this is also very good feature, multiple interface policies. For a source interface, you can set more than one interface if you enable this one. So I will tell you apply here. And then I will go to policy and objects, IPv4 policy, create new. And yes, as you can see, if I click on plus, I can set 3 interfaces as source. And it doesn't ask me to, it will not ask me to, let me do it shortly. and I can even allow all the security profiles at the same time. Yeah. So if I go there again, this is not only for policy, of course. There are any other things. For example, email filter. If you will use email filter, you can enable this. Or advanced routing. If you will use OSPF or some routing protocols like BGP, you should also enable this feature and say apply. Otherwise, from GUI here, you will not be able to see those features. But it will not affect anything on the CLI. So whenever you use the commands for OSPF, for example, on the CLI, even though this feature is disabled here, you will be able to configure it easily. So this is just for GUI here. So thank you very much for listening me, and see you on the next videos. Hi everyone. In this video I will explain you how to configure Snmp on FortiGate, and using this protocol via some monitoring tools you can follow the instance state of your device, of course with a bit latency compared to local web GUI. So first of all, you should choose the interface that you want to send to logs, and here I will choose port 1, and that's why I will enable Snmp here, which is important, and I will tell OK. So in this topology, from this port, let me delete this. Yeah. So from this port, I will be sending my logs to here. This will be my Snmp server, let's say, managing server. Yeah. And yeah, using Snmp, there are some Snmp trap receiving agent applications like SolarWinds, I think one of the most popular, or PRTG and NetSNMP, and really too many things. And these servers, these applications can monitor the device instantly and see the also alarms or even can make some changes remotely. So how this happen? The abbreviation SNMP means Simple Network Management Protocol. So with SNMP, actually on all the network devices, not only for FortiGate, every object has an ID. Object has an identifier. So in short, it's called OID, Object Identifier. So for example, for port 2, for IP of port 2, there is one OID. So type of port 2, there is another OID. So for reference number, there is another OID. So everything, every configuration you see on this screen, and even behind the device itself, there is one object ID defined. And if you come to system, Snmp, through these two files, you can download them and open with Notepad++ and see what is inside. You will see all the object identifiers defined for this device. And using those OIDs, those trap applications, like trap receiving applications like SolarWinds and so on, they understand the current status of the device. So as soon as you enable the Snmp under the interface, so you should come to Snmp here under system, and you should enable Snmp agent, and you should fill in this part. So let's start description, Snmp trap config, location, Istanbul, Turkey, contact info, contact example at email.com. Okay, it's just a dummy information. And Snmp has some versions. Actually, it has 3 versions currently. Version 1, 1.2c in use, and version 3. So version 1 is the least secure one, and currently, like recent years, I didn't see someone using version 1. So here it's better to disable version 1. And then here a community. You should define a community name. Let's say version 2 community, and here you can choose IP address, which is my computer. And here you will choose if you will just get Snmp queries, which means that application, for example, SolarWinds, should ask one by one. It should see which OIDs and which information from the device. Or you can also enable the traps. Traps means which periodically or when some configuration change, I mean these configurations are changed, like CPU is too high, memory is low, and so on. There is an Snmp trap message which sent directly from device to the SolarWinds. So SolarWinds or the agent shouldn't make any change. It doesn't need to. And FortiGate will send all the information to those applications. Yeah. So this is default port. This is for the request. I mean, if the request will done by the application, Snmp monitoring application, or here you choose traps port. This is also the default one. So if FortiGate will send its trap messages to those devices, it will use this port. And here you are elaborating which events, in case of which events you want to send traps. And here also for me the most important one, because I will show you the example according to that one. Yeah, this is interface IP address change. So if we change any IP address of the interface here, FortiGate should send an Snmp trap message to the agent. So we will see if it will do it. So okay, I enabled version 2C and okay. And we disabled version 1, of course, and apply. So I will not show you version 3. It has exactly the same interface as you see here. There is really no difference. The only difference is you should define here authentication. Yeah. So this is the most secure one, that's why, version 3. Apart from authentication, I mean the encryption. Not authentication, but encryption. There is no difference between two. Not much difference, let's say, between two. So I said okay. And then I will go to here and start capture. And let's see on Wireshark if there is any Snmp flow. So currently I am sniffing all the packets passing through this line. So filter for Snmp. Currently there is nothing. So I will go to network, interfaces, and just assign IP address for port 6. /70, 71, 72, 73 /24. So if I go to Wireshark, yes, you see Snmp version 2 trap. And I click one of them. And then here I am extending this. The version is version 2T, and you see my community name. Trap variables. There are 4 items, and each are different OIDs here. And I am going this one. And yeah, this is not the one we are looking for, but no worries. I will go to another trap message, and you see here there is port alt, port 6. Here there is its IP address that given by us. Here there is subnet mask, and as you can see, all them have different object ID. This is their object ID, this long number. So this number means object ID of the something. This means the object ID of the port name, and so on. So that's all. I don't have any monitoring application on my computer currently. If I would have an application, I will see the change right away on the screen. So thank you very much for listening and see you on the next videos. Hi everyone. In this video I will show you how to create your first IPv4 policy. So this is our topology and I will just provide an access from this computer to, let me open those firewalls as well. So to this IP, so from 35.35.35.4 to 15.15.15.3 will be tried to ping. Let's get it started. This is the firewall I have connected, this one, FGT2. So before begin, there are some important things. First, you should go to System Settings, and here you should choose, you should choose the next generation firewall mode. It can be either profile based or policy based. So if you choose profile based, which means the security profiles will be created here as profiles and they will be attached to your policy later on. But if it is policy based, you will just decide it as you can. You will just decide them within the policy. So let me try to show. So this is for the inspection of the higher levels like application or URL levels. So let me show you how profile based works. Antivirus profile. So first you should create a profile here, or application profile. So let me go to security profiles, application control, default. So here, for example, you set, you can change default, you can never change the default profile. So you should create a new one if you want to have a custom one. So here, for example, you can set this block, apply, it's saved, interesting anyway. So, but for the other ones, you want to create just log. But for, not network services, but for gaming, for example, I want to block those applications. Then you should go to IPv4 policy, and let's say you create a policy from port 1 to port 2, and you choose all the things, and for application control you use default. So this is not the important example. This is just, I am just showing here what is profile based. So, and here definitely if you have a, it is also important, if you have a inspection, higher level inspection, you should have here one of the certificate or deep inspection. I will also explain what is this. So they should be together. This is what you should know for now. So this is how profile based works. So you have a policy, and for example your source, destination and service hit to this policy. Then if it is a gaming application, it will be blocked. And from NAT perspective, you can also set the NAT here, use outgoing interface, or you can set a pool here and set a custom NAT IP address. So this is not the topic now. So okay. Again, if you go to system and settings, if you choose central NAT as NAT here, this is important, and click apply, then you will have a new policy name here, central SNAT. This wasn't here before. So if I go to IPv4 policy, as you can see, I can choose use outgoing interface option anymore because I use central SNAT. So this central SNAT actually how netting is implemented on Cisco ASA or Checkpoint firewall as well. So here you create from which interface to which interface and from which source to which destination, which netting rule will be applied. So it will be rule by rule here. So this is how it is being implemented on other firewalls, other vendors' firewalls. So if you want to use this feature, you should enable it, the central SNET. And if you don't want to use central SNET, yeah, you should disable it, and you will decide how the net is being implemented within each rule here. Yeah, this is the important thing. And again, if I go to here and choose policy based, so I can't use central SNET anymore. So the structure is changed, as you see. Now I can't choose security profile here anymore, but instead I will use deep inspection here. Instead, again, at the fourth level, I mean until the TCP layer, I should set the policy here. Let's say it was coming from port 1, it was going to port 2, so this policy will allow it for sure. Then it will go to security policy. It should also pass through, it will be checked through this policy as well, which means the applications will be defined. Yeah, what was it? The game I had blocked. If it is game, I want to block all the games and I want to log it. So currently any game profile seen like past this policy, so no problem, and then it will come to security policy, and since it's in game category, it will be blocked. So this is how it is configured in policy base. So this is how policy base. And what is the difference between policy based and profile based? So the inspection of the applications and web filters will be done within policy if you choose this one, and if you choose this one, it will be done within the everything. Actually, if you choose this one and if you disable this, all the net, all the security inspection configurations, everything will be done within policy here. Yeah. So I will use which one? This one only for our example, and I will show you the first time configuration. So I am going to policy and objects, Ipv4 policy. I don't have here central SNET policy option anymore. So I will name it as test policy. It is from port 2 to port 1. Source is, it's not here, so I am adding new one, address 35.35.35.4. /22, and let me choose this one. I will explain later what is this. Okay. And destination is 15.15.15.3. And I am not choosing this one this time, so I will show you what it is for. So And for service, I will allow all ICMP protocol, which means ping. So since this is a fourth level of protocol, I don't need actually any inspection or something, but it will be on flow based. Okay, what is the difference between flow based and proxy based? Flow based means if there is an inspection, FortiGate will inspect the traffic while the traffic is passing through. So the traffic will pass through and it will just create a copy for itself and it will inspect that one. And as soon as it finds it, then it will block the traffic. But for proxy based, which is more secure and it has more talents, but it's also much more source consuming and it might lead to some delays. So in big networks, it's not preferred much based on my experience, because in proxy based, up to some megabyte of the files, let's say 10 megabytes, if a 10 megabyte file is being downloaded or lower, it's first stop on the FortiGate and all the file downloaded to FortiGate first, and it's being inspected, and if there is no problem, it's sent to the client. So as you can imagine, this might lead some delays with this approach, but still it's up to your configuration. Like if you decrease the file of inspection size, and if you don't have very big network or data, so it might be useful for you. So I will use flow based here. And for NAT, I have this. I will use, okay, I don't even have to use a NAT, or I have to use, yes. So these protocol options, just this is something really kind of extreme. If you don't need to change it, it should be default always. Just to add a virus inspection. And I am logging everything. This is important. Also to see the logs, otherwise we will not see anything. So the policy is here. The no traffic hit until now, so it's 0. So we will see what is happening. So I am opening my computer here. So I will say show IP. Yeah, this is wrong because gateway is shouldn't be that. So it's 35, 35, 30. IP 35, 4 / 24 and 35, 35, 35, 1. Show IP. Okay, so this is my computer IP and this is my default gateway, which is this port. So I will save this for next times. First I will try to ping 35, 35, 35, 1. I can't ping it. Why? Because I can't ping, I mean this port, because to be able to ping that port, I should allow, I should first of course give IP address, but still it will not be pingable. Yes, it's here. Again I am trying to ping. Yeah, it's timeout this time because there is no answer. And I can allow ping. And you can see here on the right side. So it is pingable now. So okay, let's go to our main objective, which is pinging this this IP address 15.15.15.3. Yeah, it's pinging. So how to verify if it is really going through the firewall? I will go to firewall, policy and objects, IPv4 policy, and you see the bytes here which increased. And also, if you want to see the logs belong to this policy, you can right click, click on show matching logs. Yeah, sorry, I hadn't have the log settings, so it didn't log. Yeah. And I don't have disk, so I'm moving this and this. Now, yes, I can see it here. But again, I want to see it. Right click, show matching logs. Yeah, and it's here. And if you double click one of the logs, you will see the details, all the details here. For example, it was today, the session duration was 65 seconds, 61 seconds. It came from port 2, it went to port 1, and it was for ping. And the action was accept. So if you ever used any firewall, you should understand what is written. Hi everyone. In this video, I will show you how HTTPS inspection works on FortiGate. So basically, if we go to our topology again, and here, if we consider this cloud as internet, it is not, but let's say it is so. So if this browser try to go to FortiGate and go to internet, this HTTPS traffic, which is secured and encrypted, cannot be recognized by FortiGate. So that's why we should enable inspection, so that, which means also we are giving authorization to encrypting this traffic to FortiGate. So it can see really what is exactly on the packet from all the layers of network, like from level 2 MAC address level to the level 7 to application layer, everything within the packet. So on FortiGate we have two modes for this inspection. This video might be a bit long, sorry for it, because this is actually a detailed topic. I can also recommend you to read on that. So yeah, I created a test policy here for now. I am deleting this for now. Yeah, this was how we left. So if we try to create a policy, we have here SSL inspection. So there is deep inspection and certificate inspection, and you can. This is not different than any other policy, but actually maybe it's better to show here SSL SSH inspection policy. Actually, we are choosing here this one under security profiles SSL SSH inspection. So I am going there. If I choose certificate inspection, let's check what is happening. We can change this because this is the default inspection mode. So multiple clients, SSL certificate inspection and full inspection. As you see, the CA certificate, anyway, so SSL certificate inspection, and if we inspect all the ports and even SSH deep scan, and we log anomalies, if it is untrusted, You can block. Okay, these are optional, but what actually happens here is, this is very important, we are inspecting the certificate here only, which means that in HTTPS connection, when you go to a website, that website sends you a certificate, which is here. And as you can see, this is signed by global sign CA, and it is actually issued to Udemy, which means, and my computer already trusts global sign. This is a well-known CA. So if I trust this, which means that I trust all the certificates issued by this company. So since this company trusts udemy.com, also I trust this certificate, which means I trust this real website. This is real udemy.com. This is not fraud. So if you choose here SSL Certificate Inspection, actually you are inspecting the information within this certificate while this is passing through the firewall. And if you choose, and this session still, if you use certificate inspection, and if FortiGate says it's okay and there is no problem with the certificate, you have a session directly with the udemy.com, like this, from the browser to the udemy.com, which is here. But if you use deep SSL, full SSL inspection, which is deep inspection, and you choose it here, I can change it, but not a problem. Then, which means that you tell FortiGate to set the session itself, which means that if you try to connect to udemy.com, your request first comes to FortiGate, and FortiGate tells, okay, instead of you, I will try to connect to udemy.com with my IP address. I mean, the session will belong to me, not to you. So it's like FortiGate sends another new request from 0 to udemy.com and set a session with Udemy instead of you. And also it set another session with your computer, FortiGate. So there is one session here between you and FortiGate, and another session between Udemy and FortiGate. And the certificate change, all the real certificate change which belong to Udemy, is done by FortiGate. So that actually Udemy thinks that FortiGate knows that it has already two sessions, one with Udemy and one with your computer. But if you look from Udemy side, Udemy thinks that it has only one session which is with your FortiGate, because it can't reach directly to your computer. The session is between FortiGate and you. And because of the requester is FortiGate here, of course it can encrypt the traffic, it can see everything within the traffic. So this is more preferred for in big enterprises. But since the certificate change is done between your computer and Udemy here, and you have a second session between your computer and this Firefox. But when this Firefox tries to connect internet, it also expects a certificate from Udemy. For example, if it is trying to connect to Udemy, it expects a certificate from Udemy, your browser, I mean Chrome, Firefox, whatever. So since the certificate is already used by FortiGate, FortiGate should send you for this new session another certificate. And this certificate is here, Fortinet CA SSL. But this is signed by, let me show you, system certificates, Fortinet CA SSL. This is issuer. This is signed by Fortinet, but Fortinet not a CA, like global sign. I mean, CA is different. Okay, Fortinet, we know the company and everyone trusts it, but being CA is something different, and FortiGate is not a CA company. That's why my browser doesn't trust a certificate issued by Fortinet. In this case, just to make it trustable, I should download this certificate and install it to the remote computer, so that that computer will also trust it and the inspection will be done. So I will just show everything with example. So let me quickly start with SSL certificate inspection only. So we will make one example. Oops. With a direct connection, and FortiGate will inspect only the certificate, and we will do the second one, which is full inspection, so that there will be 2 sessions on FortiGate, and we will see how this inspection works. And for this purpose, I should change this topology, because here I don't have any internet access. Like, this is my computer normally, and these are also local networks here. So I will choose net. Okay. And I will rename it as internet net cloud. Yes. And from NAT 0 to port 3 I will connect. And when I connect to firewall, network, interfaces, port 3, I will set this to DSCP. So I got this IP address from DSCP, and this is the DNS, this is my default gateway, so everything came from NetCloud. So this is a feature of GNS3 VM. If you want to connect to internet, because you will require this, this is the easiest way. Like, if you add a NetCloud here, and if you set your your interface as DSCP, your computer interface give a dummy IP to your FortiGate, and you can connect to internet through this cloud. But for this purpose, your default gateway should be this cloud, which is internet. So actually, this is where we use. From this cloud, your traffic will come to FortiGate, and everything going to internet like Facebook, Google will go to this cloud. And for this purpose, I will go to FortiGate static route, and my static route will not go to my computer this time, and it will go to NAT cloud, which is port 3, and get it automatically. Gateway address is dynamic. Yeah, so this will be my next hop, and I will tell OK. Now, if I try to ping, Google, yeah, I can ping it, which means that I have internet access now from this firewall. And what I will try to do is give the same internet access to this cloud first. This browser first. And why I didn't continue to using this computer, because this computer has only lower layer accesses like ping and other things, but I can send an HTTPS request from this. It doesn't have any browser. That's why I have another application here. This is also some free application provided by GNS3 and Firefox collaboration. So I installed it and I add it here. I will just use it as a computer with browser, we can say. So, and when I double click on it, this screen is open. Or I will show you from 0. I will go to control panel, network, and here I will set the IP, as you can see from here, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 3. Network mask is correct, broadcast is correct, but my next hop will be .com. And name servers are correct. So apply. After applying, I will go to terminal. Actually, this is a Linux machine and it has an application Firefox. I am going to terminal and ping 8888. I can't ping it. Why? Because I don't have a policy for it, right? So I should create a policy. Let's say HTTPS Certificate Inspection policy, and incoming interface is port 2 to port 3. This traffic will go from port 2 to port 3. For source, yeah, okay. For destination, let's make it all. And for service, let's make it HTTP, HTTPS, DNS, which is very important. ICMP. And source 35, 35, 35, 3. Sorry, and then it's flow based. Use NAT, of course, because we are going to internet and we need that. And I want to apply no inspection first, because I just want to see if that this Firefox can connect to internet. So there is no L7 inspection now. Just if it is okay with this rule, it will pass through the firewall. Okay. So now I am pinging, and I can ping, so it's okay. So now I will try to apply that certificate inspection, and I will make FortiGate to inspect my HTTPS traffic, but only the certificate, not the all traffic. Oh, sorry. This browser is very slow. I hope we can get proper results. So I am going to my policy again. Before, okay, I will try to block Facebook. So security profiles, application control, default, and I am going to block social media here. Okay. So I will tell apply. And on the other hand, this is also important. What is under social media? How you can see it? Leave application signatures. And yeah, you can see it here. For example, yes, you can see everything what is under social media. Facebook is there, Google Plus is there, LinkedIn is there, and so on. So actually I am blocking all the connections going to all the HTTPS connections or application connections going to all those websites doing that. So okay, we created our profile now, and we are going to policy and object, IPv4 policy. Again, as I said, it is very important. whenever you want to use one of those inspection features, you need to also choose the SSL inspection, which you want to relate to. These are, let's say, working together. So here I want to make SSL certificate inspection only, and application control will be default profile where Facebook is being blocked. So I will tell OK. And then here, this is my computer, this is my firewall, which will block Facebook or LinkedIn, and this is my internet. So I am connecting to my browser, which is here, and which has IP address. I will also show you. This is its IP configuration. 33 is its .1 is firewall. So Firefox official. I try to Google. Go to Google. Yes, I am there. So it is also important to have log allow traffic all sessions. This is important. So everything will be logged. And if I here right click and tell show matching logs, yes, as you can see, I am connected to Google and result is action accept, and there is sending and receiving traffic and everything looks fine. So I am connected through the firewall. Secondly, I will try to go to Facebook. Again, and also you can see that compared to other policies, a very huge amount of traffic to this policy. Show matching logs. Yeah, even DNS doesn't answer because I asked for Facebook.com, as you know, and I blocked Facebook already. So it is DNS error for this one. Or if I go to application control, yes, Facebook is being blocked here and here. But as I said, here the only thing is being checked is certificate, and this is not very deep and 100% secure. So no certificates come. And again, I want to go to Google once again to show you something. Google sent me its certificate. I click on it, google.com, and it's verified by Google Trust Services, which is GTS. GTS is one of the well-known CA companies, which is issuing certificates, and also these certificates are trusted by all the browsers worldwide. So since this certificate is from GTS CA, I also trust that this company or this website is a trusted website. So this is totally okay. But also we can verify here that this is important. This certificate doesn't come from FortiGate on the topology, doesn't come from this, but it comes from really internet, which is Google. So it shows that actually I have direct session. Still, I use certificate inspection, and if I use certificate inspection, still I have direct session with the Google itself. So actually it's not interrupted by FortiGate. FortiGate not 100% inspecting the traffic, and it doesn't have two sessions with one with Google and one with me, my browser. It's not.
And from this point, I will explain how deep SSL inspection works. So after our configuration, FortiGate should have two sessions, one with here and one with the website we connected. And from certificate perspective, there should be certificate handshake between the website and the FortiGate, and another handshake between the browser and the, I mean, certificate handshake. Why I am underlying it? Because when I check from browser, if I am connecting to Google, for example, I will not see the CA certificate coming from Google. I will not see the server certificate coming from Google server, but instead I should see the certificate coming from the FortiGate, which is FortiGate CA SSL certificate. So let's connect to the firewall, and I am going to security profiles, SSH inspection, and here I have custom deep inspection, and it's not read only, so I can make any change I would like to do here. And I want to set it to inspect all ports. And as you can see, the inspection method is full SSL inspection. I already explained what it is, and let me download the certificate also to my computer. And here you can exempt some websites from inspection. Like, okay, let me go a bit deep with this. Like, for example, for Windows updates, firewalls can block some traffic and some part of the traffic, and your Windows computer will not be able to get the Windows updates. So that's why that connection shouldn't be interrupted by another third party like firewall. So in this case, you can exempt some really trusted websites from inspection, and this part is for that. You can do that even by line by line with Fqdns, or you can just use general groups like health. For untrusted SSL certificates, it should be blocked, and let's make it okay. I am going to, again, application control. I use this one. Again, I want to block Facebook, but this time I want to use deep SSL inspection, so I don't change this. So I am going to same policy. Once again, these security profiles are very much related to this SSL inspection profile. So actually here you are telling first, for example here, I want to block Facebook. And then you will tell, I want to inspect Facebook, sorry. And you are telling here, you will inspect it how? With certificate only or with all the traffic? And I want to do it with all traffic. And again, I want to log everything. And this is out of topic, but I also want to log traffic even hitting to implicit deny, because I want to see really everything hit to this firewall, because I am testing now. But if you have a big enterprise, very huge amount of traffic, you might not want this because this is extra usage of sources. But on the other hand, also on big enterprises, they want to follow really each and every packet coming to firewall, so they can allow this logging even to implicit deny. Yeah. So it is set. Let's check what's happening if I try to go to not Facebook, but even to Google. Okay, www.udemy.com. Yes, this is untrusted. I understand the risk. Technical details. Look, Udemy.com uses an invalid security certificate, and we should see that certificate. So I will tell add exception. And here I will tell get certificate. Oh, sorry, view certificate. And as you can see, this certificate is issued by Fortinet and Fortinet CA. And as I said, Fortinet doesn't have a global CA company as far as I know currently. That's why the certificates issued by Fortinet, but this is not FortiGate specific for sure. For Checkpoint also this is the same. For other firewall vendors this is the same. So they have to put some certificate to their firewalls, as you know. So that's why this is how it works. So this certificate is not being trusted by my company now, my computer now. So I will tell confirm security exception, and yes, now I am there. Or if I try to Google now, yeah, same thing happened. And if I go to technical details, but of course you will not want to do this one by one like I do now. So in this case you should do this. Connect to device. So I have HTTPS access to there now. So network interfaces, I will give HTTPS access to myself. I mean, I am giving HTTPS access to this interface currently, so that I can set a HTTPS connection from this Firefox to the firewall. So I am adding HTTPS also. This is firewall IP. I click on OK. Again, I am going to my Firefox. Click on Enter. Again, Enter. Or invalid key. This is something because of the. Okay, I will not show it here, but I will show it on my computer. Okay, if you want to provide access to all those websites, I mean, you want to trust any certificate come from this FortiGate device. So in this case, this is what you should do. You should download that certificate to your computer, like I did here. So I will show you again. You will go to security profiles, SSL inspection, deep inspection, and FortiGate sending each and every time. When you try to go to Google, it signs it with this certificate. When you go to Udemy, it signs it with this certificate. So if you trust this certificate, you will trust all other certificates signed by the CA. So you should click on download. Yes. And then show in folder. And double click. Open. Here install certificate, current user or local machine, it's up to you. Place all certificates in the following store. Browse. Here, trusted root certification authorities and OK. And then next and finish, and you should get this error, which actually this shows that you did everything perfectly. And yes, and it's successful. OK. So for example, if I put this computer behind firewall and try to connect internet to, I mean, this is my computer already. So if I try to go through this path and try to connect internet, I will trust deep inspection will work, and I will trust the certificate come from firewall. So in browser, I will not see any error. I will go directly to the website I want to connect to. Also in here, we just added one exception for Udemy for now. So that's why only for Udemy we don't get, we will not get certificate error again. Yeah, because we already add exception for that certificate. But okay, we don't see any error here, but it doesn't mean that this traffic is not being inspected. Still, it's being inspected by FortiGate with deep inspection. So inspection still works, but just the users doesn't get the error. So as you can see, this reached the megabyte levels, the usage of the policy. So that's all from HTTPS inspection perspective, deep inspection. Thank you for listening. And
hi everyone. In this video, I will explain you the policy types and their use cases. So I will start with IPv4 policy, which we already have a couple of videos, so I will not go too much detailed anymore. Just I had already explained you inspection modes, what is the difference between flow-based and proxy-based. So I had told you proxy-based is kind of more secure, but this is not a big difference. I just want to underline this. So there are too many big enterprises still using flow-based. So there is no some big security difference. The only thing is that since on proxy-based mode, since FortiGate holds up to some size of the file for sure, hold all the data and all the file at once. So it can make more checks, and we can add more features to FortiGate to do more operations. So for that one, I have this link here. If you search for about inspection modes, it's also written here, while both modes offer significant security, proxy-based provides more feature configuration options. Especially, so you can read the differences here and their comparison. And yeah, about for this 4 different types of security profile types, you will have more options if you use proxy-based mode. Yeah, so this is the case, and if you are interested, you can read. Then the other thing, the SSL inspection. So okay, here we have certificate inspection and deep inspection, I mean full SSL inspection, and on both cases we blocked Facebook on previous videos. So in this case, why should I use SSL inspection? So in both cases, I am blocking the website. The case is that we block the website on the certificate inspection because we type to browser URL section here, www.facebook.com. So on our DNS request, it was there. Or when we get certificate from Facebook, in other words, when FortiGate get the certificate from Facebook, also this Facebook keyword on the certificate. That's why it's blocked easily. So from this manner, it doesn't matter which one you use. But if we speak about another use cases, for example, you want to block a keyword, a sexual keyword, and this keyword is not on this certificate of that website, or it is not within the URL. But this keyword you can see immediately if you enter the website. It's somewhere on the name of a video or somewhere on the explanation of something or so on. So it is within the content. So in this case, certificate inspection will not be able to detect that. Because whenever you connect to an HTTPS website, which is secure, this encryption key is known by the website and the directly connecting computer only. So it's known by this browser and the website. So since FortiGate cannot decrypt it without deep inspection, it can't block. So if you want to see the whole content and inspect all the content and take some action on the FortiGate accordingly, deep inspection is definitely required. And the last thing with IPv4 policies, the packet capturing. This is just I recommend to use only for troubleshooting purposes. The reason is that it will be, of course, too much resource consuming for you. Yeah. So I am enabled that, and I will ping from that Firefox some websites like fortinet.com. I can ping it. Ping Ssl. Yes. So I ping it. It's allowed. I will go to here and I will say show matching logs. I should show you Snmp, but it's not really important. Okay, Fortinet is somehow blocked for some reason. So where is Snmp? Yeah, it's here. And yeah, I think this is also came here late because of this packet capturing feature, I assume. But okay, it's here now, and if you go to archive data, you can just download it, and yes, it's here. Okay, this is all for IPv4 policy. Just I will disable this. This is not about policies, but about authentication schemas. So this is I never used until now, but port 1 to, let's say, all to all. Okay, so this is really obvious. Like if any OSPF packet come from port 1 to port 2, and for destination you will use, the multicast IP address of OSPF 224.0.0.5 and 0.0.50. Okay, it already came here. Yeah. So you can just choose it, and multicast policy can pass through the firewall. So that's it. And actually the one I want to speak on is local in policy. So previously I had explained you that the accesses to give the users for the device itself. I mean, if you want to give access to someone to connect to FortiGate itself, you are doing it not with policies, but you are doing it here under the interfaces. For example, from port 1, I have ping HTTPS SSL. Yes, you are adding it from here, but this is just for simplicity actually, because just remember, for port 1 what we have here, ping HTTPS SSL. If we go to local in policy, if we extend the administrative access, yeah, for port 1 we have HTTPS, ping, and SSH. So actually what is happening, every time we use that is added here. Actually FortiGate doesn't check anything there, just add local in rules here. So to sum up, if you want to add any access for the device itself, you should have a local in policy here. Yeah, so for example, if you want to use OSPF, it is here, and let me config firewall local in policy show, and you can't see anything here because here you can see the default ones. Maybe if we say show full, no, again, but still I want to add one. Set status enable, set source. Yeah, this is, I will show you the difference between IPv4 policy and local in policy from another perspective now. Let's say for source address all, set destination address all, set action deny, set schedule always, set interface. I want to test this interface port 2, so I will say port 2. So all these ones which has a asterisk in the beginning, you should define them. So set service all, or yeah, all, and next. So if I say show, yes, I have a custom local in policy now. And I will go to FortiGate and click on local in policy. Okay, so I have a drop policy here. So for port 2, this policy should, from your perspective, I think, I mean from a perspective, he doesn't know the device. This policy should block all the traffic, right? So let's go to here and try to ping Snmp, and it's still pinging. I mean, from here, I am pinging somewhere. The traffic comes from port 2, but still it's pinging. Why? Because local in policies are just written for those interfaces. This is very important. So actually, it's not important what you set here as destination address. You can use here either all, the IP of the port 2, or the subnet of the whole network subnet of the port 2. Otherwise, it's not important what you wrote here, because this policy is being checked only if the destination belongs to that interface. So why this traffic is not being blocked? Because Snmp has a IP starting with 77, and here this network doesn't belong to port 2 itself, right? So this traffic doesn't come to FortiGate. That's why FortiGate doesn't make a local in policy check for this connection. So again, if you want to use local in policy, this traffic should be destined on that interface itself. Yeah, and if you want to block any packet coming to port 2, I mean passing through port 2, you should define an IPv4 policy, not a local in policy. Yeah. So basically, we can tell that those local in policies for the sessions should be terminated on the FortiGate, and these are IPv4 policies are the ones for the passing through FortiGate, not terminated on the FortiGate. And lastly, we have IPv4 DOS policy, and I think everyone knows what is DOS. It is denial of service. And again, you can just very easily define it here, but this is also source consuming. So, and also you can have too many false positives, and just to escape from that one, mostly based on experience again. First of all, for a while, you should allow everything with high thresholds. For example, for 1 week, you should just get the logs, and then according to logs, you need to make some analysis and for that firewall, and according to analysis, you should set those thresholds here so that you will not have a denial of service attack. And just very shortly, what is denial of service attack? Denial of service attack means that someone is trying to stop your service, and since your service is considering those attacks as a normal connection, it can't respond accordingly. For example, I will explain this TCP SymFlood one. Let's say you have a server and you are giving a HTTPS service, and each connection starts with three-way handshake, which is with SYN packet. The first packet of every connection is SYN. So whenever a SYN packet comes to the server creates a session for that packet and wait for an answer with SYN AC key and wait for the other packets from the requester. But since the requester doesn't have a good intention, it doesn't send the other packets, and then this session is stay open on the server. So, and then the attacker sends another SYN. It always sends the SYN and make the server create new sessions. So in the end, for example, the server will have 2000 sessions in the SYN and SYN key state, but actually in this case, its resources will be full, and in the end, the real people who want to access that service will not be able to reach because the server is overloaded with the fake requests. Yeah. So this was just one of the example of the denial of service attack, and there are much more. So you can use these policies. Yeah, but on the other hand, if you use IPv4 policy, too many like multicast policy, too many DOS policies, too many security profiles, then you might face with high memory issues because inspection is really consuming too much memory of the device. Yeah, so I will not take more time with this video. Thank you very much for listening, and see you on the next videos. Thanks. Hi everyone. In this video I will explain you the addresses, ISDB and protocol options. So I will just not explain services because there is nothing interesting here. You just create a service like TCP 79, TCP 70 something. So I will not go through this one. And for schedules, I can even go through it now. Like in each IPv4 policy, yeah, by default we have always here. So this policy works always for 24/7. But we can, for example, make this policy active just for Monday or just for 1 hour of one day, whatever. So in this case, if you want to set a schedule in which times the policy will be active, you should create a schedule, like create new schedule here, and then you should add your policy that schedule during the creation. That's all. So apart from two, in this video I will go through those three. So since it's the easiest one, I will start with the protocol options. Yeah, here there is default one. Okay, so also this protocol options also something you always add your IPv4 policies. You should see it here. And if you check what is inside, yeah, there are some detailed features here, like really I wouldn't and since this is default one, this is only read only, so we can't make changes. And in general, I even don't recommend you to change anything here, because this, I think, affects what FortiGate inspects. For example, for HTTP, it expects to inspect from this port. So if you make some changes here, you might really get access errors, or with or even without inspection, either with certificate or deep inspection. So, and I also checked Google and Fortinet documents for that, but I couldn't find something. So, but also during the 3 years of my experience with FortiGate, I really never need this. I only see some problem with some customers who change the numbers here without their attention. So then they just correct it and everything worked. So if you don't need it, just don't touch here. But I want to just explain here some features, like you can enable this to log oversized files. You can enable remote procedure call over HTTP. I don't know, maybe some for some features or applications this is important. I never need it, but just want to show you. And on the other hand, there is comfort clients. Yeah, this might be useful when you use the policy in proxy mode. I mean, not flow-based inspection mode, but this one. Because I had explained first, in this mode, FortiGate first buffer all the files and doesn't send anything to client. So in this case, if the file is big, and also if the network also is slow, I mean your network speed, internet speed is slow, then the client might wait really very long. So in this case, they can think that the connection is not working, but actually FortiGate is might be buffering the file during that time. So in this case, you can enable comfort client. So every 10 seconds, you will send the clients 1 byte of data. This is fake data, I think, even not the real data, just to show them some progress on their download bar. So this is just for a makeup thing, but if you would like to apply, it might be maybe useful for you. On the other hand, there is block oversized file email. You will just set the size. So this has already self-explanatory name. And here, chunk bypass, I just checked it 5 minutes ago. There is a HTTP message type which is called HTTP chunk, and this can create some problems with inspection. At least this was what is written in the knowledge base. So if you bypass it, it might work better. Again, I never use that, but just to inform you. And Fortinet bar. This is okay. On policies, you can add limitation of bandwidth. For example, you can define one user to download 100 megabyte only within 1 day, and then he can't make any other connections. So if you set such a limitation, there is something you can enable this option on the policy, and then FortiGate will communicate with the browser of the client over this port, and the client will see here bar, if it is here. Yeah, I think this is 40 bar. So you can see what is the quota, how much you have left, and so on. So this is also some makeup feature. And apart from that, fragmented, this is by default enabled. I don't know what it is, and this is appending some signatures to the SMTP mailing traffic. So by default, these are all disabled, but just in case you would like to use, you can enable them. But Yeah, okay, to sum up, like 98% of the policies, I recommend you to use this default profile without any change. But if you have such specific things, as I explained, for example, you have one policy in proxy mode, so you can use this option for your clients and so on. And I recommend you to create new protocol option just to not confuse. Okay, this is explained. These two are not related. I mean, network address translation related, so I will explain later. We covered this, and internet services database. So I will show you something. Diagnose, auto update, versions, updates, ISDB. Cool. So here there is something called FortiGuard. Actually, FortiGuard or FortiLabs website, again improved every day by Fortinet, and each Fortinet product like FortiWeb, FortiGate, and I don't know what else, they're constantly fetching databases of antivirus like IPS, because attackers always finding new ways of attacks, and or every day new CVEs are announced. So that's why these databases are constantly being improved. So, for example, this antivirus database was updated 3 hours ago latest, and also you can see when you click on them, most probably you can see even the latest versions. Yeah, this is also important. For example, this is 82 something, and if you use this command, it's important to see the latest one. Okay, I don't have the latest one, but yeah, you should have if you want to have the top security. So let me go to ISDB. So this is Internet Services Database. So also in the policy, for example, you want to block Skype, but Skype is a service. This is not something you can block with application profile you can block. But okay, let's think about reversely. You want to access to Skype and you don't know the IP addresses of Skype. Then what you will do? So FortiGate has here Internet Services Database. So you can add those objects. For example, if you want to go allow access to Adobe, just you can allow all these services on the policy. You don't need to know any IP and any protocol, because these are including those IPs and protocols for you, and they will allow you this service automatically. But with time, those IP addresses or ports can change. So when they change, always FortiLab are updating their database here, and always your FortiGate will be fetching it, and you will be seeing it under diagnose auto update versions. There is, yes, this one, Internet Service Database Apps. So you can check the version when you updated last time and so on. So if you have the latest one, most probably you will not have issue with accesses over Internet Services Database. And one more thing with this, normally we always choose source, destination, and service. But service means actually port of the access. But since the ISDB objects, if you want to add the destination from internet service, which is these ISDB objects, which I show you here on the left pane. So if you add their adobe, as you can see, the service pane is lost. Why? Because these objects already include both the IP and the services. That's why you don't need to add any service here. So this is how ISPB works. Addresses. So here I will show you how to create an address. This is something very basic, but I want to show you something here. That's why I will create. So what was my subnet? 35 something. So let me create a whole subnet. And then the same to here. And I will add static route. Yeah, I want to show you what is this button here for. So I will allow it. So let's create an object address let's create an address group this time. Let's say random addresses, and I want to add here this one and this one, and for example these are Fqdn. Yeah, this one. As you can see, this disabled automatically. Now it's enabled. When I add this, disabled. Okay, this is because each address here, this one and this one, had static route enabled, but this address was static route disabled. So when I add it, I can't also enable this one. So, but if I enable it here, since all the addresses are enabled, I can enable it also for all the access. Let me show you. Yes, I will enable this. So again, random addresses. Same mistakes. Random addresses. And I want to add static route. This one, this one, this one. Yeah, when I enable it, I also even lost to other addresses, as you can see. Yeah, I didn't know this. If I enable it, I see only the ones which has a static route. So anyway, I want to remove this, add this, and okay. Okay. So with this object, since I enabled that radio button, which is enabling static route, if I go to network, static route, new route, here I can choose as destination named address. As you can see, I have those objects here, and even I have the group. I want to go through port 2 and let's say 35.2 accessing that. Well, so normally, if I want to give access to this subnet, I should write a static route. If I want to go to here, this destination, the next hop will be this. If I want to go to the second one, this one, next hop should be this. Okay, for this example, all are within the same subnet, but they might be also different, like something from 8.8.8.0 could be also here. So you can add here 100 objects, for example, with one gateway IP, and with one line you will get rid of to deal with dealing with 100 lines. So this is a really big advantage if you have such a requirement. With one object you can create only one static route to handle the routing. Yeah, because I know this because I had a case previously that I had a IPSec and I needed 100 routes almost, or 30 routes, 30 or 100. Anyway, it was big number, and this really saved me to create tens of routing static routes here. Yeah. and then ISDB already showed. Okay, one last thing. Addresses. You don't need to create address only with these. You can, okay, I want to explain basically these two. If you choose geography here, you can choose, for example, United States of America, and let's say block USA IPs, and I said OK. So I can go to a policy, and here as destination, yeah, for example, I can allow all, but the best is you can deny all the traffic coming from USA to your server IP. Let's say this is your server. So no one from abroad, because you know this is your local server and your employees are all around the Czech Republic, for example, and you know that no one should connect to your server in Czech Republic from USA. So you can just block. Also not USA, all around the world maybe. All other countries you can block, yeah. Or you can give access, but it's not very useful giving access to all Czech Republic for your specific server. Yeah. So this is the use case of geography. And okay, how you will know if it is updated? I mean, which IP belong to which country, how the FortiGate define it. Again, FortiGate will decide it according to diagnose auto update versions command, because we have here also IP geography database. This is also always constantly being updated by FortiGuard labs here. Of course, for this update you have to be always license, at least the most basic license, so that you can always fetch it. So anyway, this is how the geographic IPs are used. And the other important thing is Fqdns. And in the end of this video, I will make a test, especially with Fqdn. I will do most probably. So let me create a. I already created this. Okay. So I created an address, and I choose Fqdn here, and I give this wildcard name. This is really important what you write here. So everything ending with formula.com, formula1.com will be enabled if I enable this in the policy. So I will tell OK, and I will come here. It is unresolved. This is a problem. So here I will try execute ping formula1 www.formula.com. Yes, cool. So it is 9984 something, and again I come here. Yes, you see it resolved. Actually, you see here the IP addresses which are resolved by the DNS of the FortiGate itself, because when you want to go to formula1.com, FortiGate will go to the DNS servers defined here, but the most priority is on this one, so it asks to this one, and all the result it gets, because it doesn't have to get only one IP as a result. So it uses all of them, so it is 4 here, and this is periodical, like for example, each 3 seconds or 5 seconds, FortiGate is updating this, so these IPs are not static. If server gives DNS server answer changes with time, these IPs also will be changed. So this is something positive for you. So let's go to here. I don't want to use deep inspection here. So from port 2 to port 3, which means from my browser, the internet, my browser IP was this. And for destination, I will add formula. And service is all. Okay. Not all, but I want to just ping it, to be honest. So flow based. We need net. Protocol option always default. All sessions. I don't want to capture packet. Enable the policy. Yes. So now I will go to here. Yeah, I thought it will be faster. Sorry. So yes, we are there. I will go to control panel, network, network, 35, 35, 35, 2, 1, 8888, apply, and I will go to ping. Here I will ping formula1, formula1.com. I can't ping it. ns lookup www.formula.com. Formula1, sorry. I can't get answer. Why I can't get the answer? Because my IP address can go to DNS with deep inspection. This deep inspection really might be blocking something. So because I didn't add the certificate to the browser, so yeah, it's better to not to use that one. Okay, again, no answer. This is really strange. So I will put this. So currently it already doesn't hit here. Okay, sorry. Because this is below, so all the traffic hit to here now, and since we have a application control here, maybe Formula1 is under social media and it's being blocked. Yeah. So I should do this one, and okay, even the DNS should be here, I think. I will add here also 888. Yes, and here DNS. Okay, what happens now? This is very interesting. Let's renew here. It hits to here. Show matching logs. No result. I can't even ping the... Okay, sorry. Why this happened? Because I played with the routes, of course. Network. Yeah, so I will not delete this part from the video. At least we have some small troubleshootings also here. Yeah, so I can ping it now. I can... Yeah, NS lookup. This is great. Yeah, but I got all the IPs with 52. Yeah, as you can see, there are really too many IPs, but most of them start with 52. And when we check the FortiGate, these are also for 52. Yeah, good. If they are matching, so I should be able to ping. Yeah, this is how it works. So there might be one problem with these custom Fqdn objects, because if for example here FortiGate goes to different server. As you can see, FortiGate has this server, but my computer will go to 888. So these two servers might be, because Formula1.com has 4 IPs starting with 52, and it had other IPs that I showed you starting with 99. And if FortiGate and my computer get the different IP addresses, FortiGate will allow the other one and I will be blocked. So to overcome this, unfortunately, I should, for example, I resolved these ones and FortiGate didn't resolve, let's say. I should manually add these IP destinations to the object, unfortunately, to the policy, unfortunately. So here, yeah, to the destination, if it is not resolved, you should add here manually. Yeah. But if you use, instead of these custom ones, like just a service object like google.com here, you know, these are always updated by Fortinet. So you will not need to care about if IP is changed, if port changed, and so on. Yeah. And I think I covered everything I would like to, and next session will be about the IP pools and virtual IP, which is network address translation. So thank you very much for listening me, and see you on the next video. Hi everyone, in this video I will explain you how to apply SourceNet. So, and every configuration will be done within this CQR. So this will be my source, this will be the FortiGate, and the destination will be somewhere on the internet. So yes, I just added this source here. So I gave to my PC all ICMP, DNS, and HTTPS accesses. And here, okay, this is the first thing I want to show you. I am using NAT use outgoing interface address. So when I tell OK, and I will open here packet capture, create new for port 3, enable filters, protocol 1. Protocol 1 means ICMP. I don't want non-IP packets. This will show L2 level packets like R, these lower layer packets. I don't want them. and it's not running now. I will set it to start. Now it's running, and there is no zero packet currently, no packet hit to it. So from okay. Yes, from computer I will ping google.com tr. Can't resolve. Okay, this is normal because I don't set to DNS here, so I should ping directly IP address. Yes. But yeah, this is not used. Okay, let me find the IP first. Okay, so this is the IP address of Google. So I will make the test with this. So from computer, I am on PC now. I am pinging Google. Yes, I can get the answers. Now I will go to packet capture, and you see I have 18 packets here now. So I will stop it. You don't have to stop to download, but I just did it. So it's downloaded. And yes. So as you can see, for Google, I never had source IP address 3535 because let's remember my IP address is normally this 3535.4, but here I see the source IP as 192 something. This is because I set the NAT as an outgoing interface. As you can see, use outgoing interface, and if I go to interfaces, and this is my outgoing interface, so I see this IP address instead of the real IP of my computer. On the other hand, you can use get system session list command, and here also you should see it, but yes, it's here. As you can see here, I have if a source, this is my source, I have a session connected. This is showing the active nets on the list. So this source is already source net, changed this source net address already when it is going to this destination, but destination IP didn't change. So destination is preserved, but source is being netted from this one to this one. Yeah. So this is how it works, and I will also show you IP pools. Where was it? System? No, yeah. IP pools. Create. What was it? 138. So I will use 139. Okay, I defined it. Then I will come to Ipv4 policy, and my traffic hit to here because this source IP is not here. I am using this .4, so all my traffic hits to here, as you can see. And I am going to policy, and here use dynamic pool, and I will use this. Okay. So let me try to ping now. It is still pinging. And now I am going to firewall. and checking the ARP table again, and look, now it doesn't use the interface IP because it was ending with .38, but instead it's using my IP pool. So you can use, if you want to use some specific IP address, you can use IP pool, but you should choose the type correctly. So overload, everyone knows it's all the IPs. So this IP actually nets everything, can net everything behind this IP. So I mean, if this IP is going to outside, it cannot that IP. If this IP is going, it cannot that IP. So it doesn't care which IP is coming. It just checks the policy. If whatever IP you set on the policy, it's nothing. So on the other hand, there is one-to-one. This can be used only one-to-one. So if you use this IP as source NAT, in the policy you should have one source IP. This is important. So for example, let me create a new one. One test. Okay, so I have one IP address here. And when you come to the policy here, since we have one-to-one, let me try it here. So here, instead of trial, I will add one-to-one test. But again, within this, our range has one IP only. If we had two, we could have been used two source IP addresses here. So one for one and the other for the other one. But since we have here two, so this is not a correct configuration currently, and I will show you how it works. I am clicking on OK, and I will try to ping somewhere from this .3, so which is my Firefox. I will try to ping 8888. Yes, I can ping it, as you can see. And I am going to firewall and refresh the page. And yes, you see the exclamation mark here, and blocks available is 0. So if I try to ping somewhere from the other computer, which is other PC, I will not be able to ping because this is one-to-one and one IP is already reserved for this .3. Let me try. Yes, I see only timeout, as you see. So to sum up, you don't need to lose more time with this. If you are using one-to-one, you should be very careful. The number of source and the number of net IP addresses should be equal. Yeah. So this is enough for one-to-one. So let's go to IP pools again. And there is also fixed port range. So here, all this 10 IP address. Okay. This is better. All those 255 IP addresses behind the firewall, all they will be translated to those 10 IP addresses, and it will be done randomly by the firewall. So we don't know which IP will go outside from which of them, those 10 IP addresses. So there is also this net type, which is port block allocation. This is a bit complex, and the main point here is that all your net planning should be done not according to the IP addresses you have, but according to all the number of ports you have. So normally, I just type it here. For one IP address, you have this this much of possible ports, like port 1, port 2, port 3. Actually, those lower ones are already reserved for, you know, the standard protocols. So apart from them, you have a total number of this. So for example, here if you define 2 IP address, you have 2 multiplied this number of port number. So more IPs means more ports you have. And then you define block size. So actually you are dividing your total port number into the blocks. So for example, I want to use the block size as this. So if I have this much of port, and if I have this much, if I want to divide it this much of blocks, I should just define them like this. And in the end, I get this number. So what is this? Which means that I can have 59 blocks, all have 1024 ports. Okay, so I have in total 59 port blocks. And then here I am choosing for one user, I will give how many blocks. So if I have 59, I can give the 8 of them to one person, 8 of them to the other person, or I can give just all of them to the one person. So with this configuration, actually, since I gave all the blocks to the one user, only one user can use this nothing. No one else. But if I choose, for example, 20, so one user will get the 20 of them, and the other one will get the 20 of them, but third one will get the 19 of them, and no one else can use this IP address for nothing again. Yeah. So again, you don't actually consider the number of IP addresses for NAT you have. Instead, you are considering the total number of ports you can use for netting. So this is all for port block allocation. And one last thing with the net, I will go to System Settings, and I will enable here Central SNAT. Apply. I am going to IPv4 Policy. Here. Again, System Settings. Central SNAT, apply. Yes, sorry. Yes, if I go to a policy, okay, maybe I should disable NAT. Here also disable NAT. Because normally this is design related, so you should decide if you will use central SNAT with this firewall in the beginning, or you will use it within the policy. So this is not something you can decide in the middle of the way. So if you do it, yeah, you should move all the NATs defined here to the central SNAT policy. I think now it will happen. Yes, it was because you shouldn't use NAT here for this configuration. So it's here. Then I am writing a NAT rule from port 2, where my computer is, to port 3, where internet is. My IP address is this, and destination is all, because this is for internet. And I want to use outgoing interface address. So I wrote the same NAT rule, but NAT will be here now. So all the policy rules will be here, but NATs will be here, will be ruled separately if they are required. So this is same with Checkpoint and Cisco SA, they use the same logic. So if I go to computer and still I can ping Google. And if I go to FortiGate, git system session disk. Yes, this is my IP address, and this is my outgoing interface IP address. So I set it as outgoing interface here. So it is being netted with this rule now, this central SNet rule. So again, if you are using central SNet, you are not allowed to set a net here, and every net rule should be separately defined here. So this is all for SourceNet. Thank you for listening, and see you on the next videos. Hi everyone. In this video, I will explain you how to create a DNet, destination net rules. This is also known as port forwarding. So, for example, this time I will use this part of my topology. So here will be considered as outside, which is my own computer, and here will be considered as inside. So from outside to inside, I will try to have access. Like normally here my firewall has route to both outside and inside in this example, but normally in the outside there is internet, and internet IPs can use only the public IP address, so they can reach to your outgoing IP, but they will not be able to reach your internal IP addresses without destination net. So this is mainly used for this purpose. If someone from outside, from public, want to reach to your internal IP addresses. So here I will try to apply DNet for some IP address from here outside. So let's get it started. First of all, the behavior is different if you have central SNet enabled or not. So first I will show it when central SNet is here. I mean under system settings, if you have this option enabled, behavior is like this. So let's say tests 15, 15, 15 and 15, and I will take this as external and I will make it 35, 35, 35, 4. So here what I am doing, if any packet come to from any interface, any packet come to destined to this IP address on the FortiGate, FortiGate will change this destination IP to this one for all the ports. For all the ports, and if you want to make this destination net available just for specific ports, you should set it here. Like if it is coming to this IP and, for example, this port, I want to change this IP to this IP and this port to this destination port to, for example, 443, this destination port. But I don't want to use port forwarding, so I want to forward any packet coming to this IP without changing the destination port. I want to change just destination IP. I will say OK. So I will go to my computer. Oh, not this one, this time. Again, from here I will try to ping 15.15.15.15 and it will translate it to here. So I will ping from here to this computer. Okay, it didn't work. Why? It didn't work because we should have also policy for this for sure. So it is from port 1 to port 2. I should have a policy. from port 1 to port 2. From source, my own computer has 15.15.15.2. So this is the source, and destination is, this is important also, we should use this IP, not the other net IP we created. And then service, let's say all. Inspection is not important. Okay. So if I ping it now, yes, this is great. So I will go to firewall. And get system session list. Yes, perfect. So as you can see, this is my computer. There is no source net. There is destination, but my destination was this, and it has changed to this one. So this ping replies you see here. When I ping this 15.15.15, when I ping these IPs, these ping replies doesn't come from FortiGate. FortiGate changed this IP to this one, 35.35.35.4, and this client is answering, which is the computer here. So basically, I am pinging from here to here, but I don't ping this IP, but I am pinging this IP. So this is destination now. So what if I didn't have central SNAP? So yeah. So this was my rule. Again, I want to access from this source to this destination, not this destination. Okay, this is important. If you don't use central SNAP, you should add here virtual IP object that you created, which is this. I will tap OK. And if I try to test the same now, like from my computer, I will try to ping. Yes, still it is working. So this is what I try to tell you. You know, we had already created an object here for virtual IP. So if you use some central SNAP, this is already active here. You shouldn't add this object to anywhere. You don't need to add this to anywhere. If you have like policy access, this object will automatically make the translation. But if you don't use central SNAP like here, this is not active. If you want to activate this object while you are creating a policy as destination, you should use that object so that the translation will work. See that you can see that the traffic hits here, so yeah, it really worked through this policy. So this is all for destination net. Thank you for listening, and see you on the next videos. Hi everyone, in this video I will explain you with a general overview of the security profiles. So I am starting with antivirus, and if you try to create a new one, you should decide what should FortiGate do in case of a detection of a virus. If it should monitor and just create a log here, or block it. But still, if it blocks, it still create a antivirus log here. In both cases, it creates logs. And here you should choose the inspected port. For example, if you don't choose HTTP, your web traffic will not be checked for antivirus profile, for example. So you should allow all of them in most cases, but for example, you have a policy. In that policy, you don't have IMAP, so it's not required to make a check for this. So according to up to the policy, also you can edit this one. And here, contact disarm and reconstruction. Let's say FortiGate found a virotic packet or file, and with this option it can just reconstruct it and then send it to client without virus. But here you should also choose what will happen to the original file. So you can send it to quarantine, you can just discard it, or you can send it to FortiSandbox, but if you have an integration between your device and FortiSandbox in this case. And I am not sure, but this might require proxy-based mode inspection, most probably. And then treat Windows as a virus. This is already self-explanatory. This is already self-explanatory. And also, maybe I should show this. No auto update versions. Not only for antivirus, but for all of the security profiles, they use some databases already downloaded from FortiGuard. So it is really very recommended for you to have a license to get those updates. And for this one, there should be virus definitions. Yes. So it's up to the version of this this database. And on the other hand, FortiGate has two engines. Engine means that another small application software which is checking the viruses using the databases. So engine is different. You can think is engine as like a Microsoft Word, but the database is a Word file which is including all the lines of viruses. So to be able to read that file, that Word file, you need Microsoft Word application. So this application is the engine and the file is database in this example. So on FortiGate we have two engines. One is IPS engine and second is antivirus engine. So antivirus engine using these databases, so it's also important to have the latest antivirus engine. And this is not fetched by FortiGuard. You should go to System, FortiGuard, and you should update your antivirus engine yourself manually. Otherwise, it's being updated each time you upgrade your operating system. Yeah, this is the only way. You can request it from Fortinet tag, and if it is required, really, and you can upload it through FortiGuard, or you can just upgrade your OS operation system from 6.2 to 6.4, for example, and in this case also this might be upgraded. It's really up to the Fortinet if they are updated their next version with another antivirus agent. They don't have to, like sometimes in different versions also they are using the same engine. Yeah, but it's just important for you to know that there is such an engine and it's using these definitions to handle your virus checks. And what IPS engine does, IPS engine is used for all other policies. So for web filter, for DNS filter, application control, all are handled by IPS engine, and IPS engine has a version. IPS engine has a version of here, this, and it is same for IPS engine also. It's updated only if you update the operating system here, or you can just do it manually requesting by Fortinet. So this is all for antivirus, web filtering. Yeah. So here there is okay, let me allow this. And here there is FortiGuard based categories. So here, for example, there is general interest category and search engines and portals are allowed. So if you tell this allow and add this web filter to your policy, search engines will be allowed, but how you will know which website, which URL is under search engine and which is not, or how this is done? So this is, you can check on fortiguard.com. If you go there, you can go to thread lookup, web filtering, and you can search for example, what is the category of Google? Yeah, it's under search engines and portal. So which means that if you allow this and put this web filter profile to your policy, you will allow Google. Or if you block this, Google will be blocked, and so on. So there are too many categories here, and all the categories has different websites under them. And what is important here also, file filters. Yeah, for example, PDF. Yeah, if with HTTP or FTP, some PDF file try to pass through the firewall, you can just log it or block it, and you can choose the direction. So this is for file filter, file blocking, if you would like to. Okay, another very important part is here. Block invalid URL, like if you don't have a proper URL, it will be blocked. URL filter, this is one of the most used ones, like you can just type here a URL, fortinet.com, and action will be blocked. Okay, so if you use this web filter on your policy, fortinet.com will be blocked. And if you want to block everything belong to fortinet.com, you should use asterisk and you should choose wildcard here. Yeah. And if you know what is regex, regular expression, you can create a regex also. This is really detailed topic. What is regex? You can create a regex and create a regex as a URL to block it. And there is also, so this can work either with certificate inspection and also with deep inspection, because on the certificate, FortiGate can check for this URL. So certificate inspection can help to block. But there is also here content filter, and here, for example, you want to block a pattern, like I want to block any website, including Fortinet keyword, for example. Yeah, to be able to do this, and you should enable it. To be able to do this, you should have deep inspection, as I explained previously, because without deep inspection, the content cannot be checked by FortiGate. Yeah. And this is already self-explanatory. Yeah, this is not when rating error occurs. So this rating actually, this is like you already have a category, so this has a rating. But if a website doesn't have a rating here, so what should FortiGate do? I think it should allow, but it's up to your designs. I am going to DNS. Yeah, it's very similar things. Again, here you can block the categories, and this blocking is just done for DNS. Just keep in mind, this is not for web. This is just for your DNS request, which is for port 53 I mean. This is not within another packet, or this is not an inspection within your HTTP traffic. So you can make a domain filtering here, so they will be blocked, allow or monitor. Yeah, you can direct to block portal. Yeah, apart from this, you can log all the DNS packets passing through the firewall. And this is the redirectional IP. Like if you want to block some domain here, the FortiGate will page an automatic page which is here, or you can create a message here or IP address, and the content on that IP address will be shown, like you are blocked because of this reason and so on. So this is how DNS filter. Application control. Again here there are categorizations, and I already showed you previously. Using this button you can check which websites or which applications under which groups. And there is also unknown application here, like for example there might be some specific application, like you have a small company and there you have a fingerprint document which is using network, but FortiGate couldn't and it uses a specific port for itself, like 6563 something like that. So FortiGate couldn't recognize which application it is. So what should FortiGate do? So just not to take risk on big corporations, I think if you are using application control, it is the right action to allow or monitor, at least. Yeah, monitor. And here application and filter overrides. Yeah, you can here just add selected. Okay. Yeah. So for example, what is this? Category video audio. So here video audio is monitored, right? You monitor it normally and you don't block it. But just specifically, I want to block this application. So in this case, this is override. So you can set it here as block. So all the other video and audio applications will be just monitored, but this one will be blocked. So this is overriding on it. So this is already self-explanatory and you can read here. For example, for FortiGuard, there are some certain ports to use. And if for FortiGuard applications, FortiGate detects that you have a different port to access. This is this can be considered as anomaly, and it can be blocked if you allow this. This is already self-explanatory. And this one, like Quick, is an application used by Google Chrome, and it allows us. This is a specific protocol belong to Google company, and it helps Google Chrome to reach some websites and contents faster. So if you block, like normally, as far as I know, Google using this only with some certain applications or for some certain websites, and if you block this, Google Chrome should shift the normal connection with normal HTTPS protocol, for example. Yeah, but still this might create some problems with Google Chrome, so it's up to you allowing or blocking it. Yeah, and this is all for application control from my side. And intrusion prevention, this is IPS. So you know there are tens of or even maybe hundreds of signatures and attacks. So you can just enable those, and you can set thresholds. So if the threshold is exceeded, the traffic will be blocked for that user. Yes, you can double click to edit. And here also edit filter. Add filter. Yeah, there are some IPS attack types, and they have, yeah, they should have, I think this version had a problem with this. So you should see also here severity level and target levels. So here you are blocking the severity 3, 4, and 5 by default. So this is just for if you don't want to, you know, block the signatures one by one here, because there are millions of. So you can just come here and block the groups. Like I want to filter just the action. Right click and block, for example. Yeah. So I want to block all the attack types, IPS attack types which have severity 3, for example. So you are doing in bulk. And here, yeah, you see the signatures, and you can block them signature by signature. I mean one by one, as I said. So that's all for this. Also, you can block malicious URL. And here you can read IPS signatures as lists, but you don't see what is inside the signature because this right belongs to Fortinet. Yes. And here there is custom signatures. You can create your own IPS signature, for example, but you should know how a signature is created. This is also a really detailed topic. And you can block that IPS signature within your profile. SSL Inspection, which we already spoke on it. Yeah, this is for if you have a server behind the FortiGate and someone from outside will reach to that server, so which means you are protecting one server, you should use this option. But if you want to use this actually for SSL inspection, I mean for the users, all the users behind your firewall while they are going to internet. So multiple clients connecting to multiple servers, you should choose this one. And inspection mode will be, I already explained what is this, and CA certificate is the certificate to use during those inspections. So here what will happen to blacklisted certificate, what will happen to an untrusted certificate. So what is an untrusted certificate? For example, again, like you can connect to a website and they may forget to renew their certificate. And in this case, because all certificate has a validation date, like for KB certificate, like this certificate is valid until this time. So before this date, this should be renewed. And if it is forgotten, you will see here not this log. In this case, if you enable this like block, it will be blocked automatically because it's untrusted. Or its CA may be out of work or has some security issues and the CA certificate must be revoked. And in this case also, what will happen here? You are choosing. So I already explained what is RPC over HTTPS. This is which ports the inspection will happen, and this was also I already explained. These websites are trusted and they will not be inspected. They will not be inspected by deep inspection. So this might be required for specific cases like for Windows updates, for GoToMeeting. These companies recommend, not all of them, but some of them recommend to exempt them from deep inspection, not to face any issue during usage of their applications. And you can log if some traffic pass through those applications. You can allow SSL for also SSH protocol here and inspection. Okay, there is nothing interesting here. One more thing maybe. Here you can set web rating overrides. Like for example, if there is a file, these has ratings and they are under some categories. So you can go to web rating override. Like you can search for example here Google, and you will see it is category search and something, searching category, and you can just set it to another one here, like adult and mature, alternative beliefs, and okay. Then FortiGate will behave it under web filter as if it is in this category, not under searching category. Yeah, and this is all for security profiles, and see you on the next videos. Thanks. Hi everyone. In this video, I will try to show you how those security profiles previously explained works. Like I want to give one example showing a couple of security profiles at the same time, because within the policy mostly they are being applied all together. So again, this will be my browser, and this will be my FortiGate, which is doing the inspection, and this will be the internet. So traffic flow is from browser to internet. So my FortiGate is already up and running, and I am also running my browser. In the meantime, I will come here and show you my setup. So I will use custom deep inspection profile for SSL SSH inspection. So here I am using full SSL inspection, which is checking all the packets. FortiGate will send to users this certificate, Fortinet SSL. I inspect all the ports. I have some exemptions from this deep SSL inspection, and I am logging everything. And also I allowed invalid SSL certificates, but I will I will come to this part later on, but this is my current state. I click OK, and then I will go to application control. Here only I want to show you YouTube. Okay, good. Here I block social media, but here I set an override, and Facebook will be allowed. Action allow, and Facebook, yes, and then okay, yes, action is allowed. So even though Facebook is a social media, so you will see that here Twitter, Google+, LinkedIn will be blocked. But even though Facebook is a social media, this override will allow us to reach it. And I will say okay. And I will allow antivirus just for general purpose. I will use this one, and I will inspect everything. Yeah, this will be there just because I don't have any example for viruses, but I just want you to show it is there. And from web filter perspective, there are three topics: file filter, URL filter, and content filter. So first of all, URL filter can work even though with certificate inspection or deep inspection, doesn't matter, because you know URL requests come with the first request and it's open, which site you are going, or even though it's closed, the returning certificate from the server is open, and on the server certificate you can be still being blocked. So certificate inspection, like in very highly percentage, is enough. And for content filter, you need deep inspection. Certificate inspection is not enough, and it doesn't matter if you use flow-based or proxy-based mode, because all the packets are inspected totally, and FortiGate can see all the keywords within the packet. And when it comes to file filter, within file filter, to be able to understand what is the content of the file, you need deep inspection plus proxy-based mode. This is important. We had a flow-based and proxy-based within each policy. So you need proxy-based mode. That's why since I am using and I will be showing you the flow-based, I will not show you this, but just to underline it, you need proxy-based mode here. I mean when you go to policy, double click, you should have here proxy-based mode for file filter to work. You can read also on Forti documents what extra features this proxy-based provides to you. Okay, again I am going to web filter, and here as URL I want to block wildcard eksi sözlük. This is a keyword and a website of a URL of a website, and I want to block it. And secondly, content filter. Since I will be using deep inspection, so content filter will be working. I want to block any website showing me some result with technology keyword. Okay, this and this. I will say okay, and I will go to policy and objects, Ipv4 policy, and I have this policy from my browser IP, which is .3, to internet all. You know these ports already, services. It will be flow based. I will use NAT, and I have these three. I have custom deep inspection, and I will deep inspect all these three profiles. And okay. Yeah, so let's get it started. Our browser is up, and very quickly I will give IP address to it, which is 35.35.35.3 1 okay, and make it big and big. Yes. So first of all, I am going to Microsoft website. I am there, and I will check where certificate come from, which is Microsoft Corporation. So more information, give certificate. This is CA by, I didn't know there is such a CA, but okay. This is from Microsoft. Yeah, here it came from Baltimore Cyber Trust Root Certificate Authority, and this is trusted by my browser. And as you can see, FortiGate didn't send any certificate, which means currently FortiGate doesn't make deep inspection. There is no deep inspection for Microsoft, even though we enabled. Why? Because if I go to security profiles, SSL SSH inspection and deep inspection, we already exempt from deep SSL inspection Microsoft.com, as you can see here. So this is not being SSL inspected now. FortiGate cannot see what is inside the packets. Then application control. So let me try to connect LinkedIn and see that it's being because when I come to view application signatures and search for LinkedIn, yes, it is also under social media, so it should be blocked. So I try LinkedIn. .com. Yes, I get this error. Why? Because this time FortiGate inspected it. So if we see the certificate, it can come from Fortinet, our FortiGate. So this is being inspected now. And I tell it, okay, I confirm this, but still, since the category is social media, LinkedIn is blocked. And you will see this screen. And if I try to go to Facebook instead, again I get the certificate error. This is good, which means I am being inspected. And yes, okay, I have issues with my browser, but I am there and I can see the login screen. I can reach the web page, as you can see. And so we already verified that this override, application override, and blocking the social media is working properly. So let's go to test for web filter. And I will try to go to this website, accessorylogic.com. Not this. Top of the dot. Let's see. Again, for FortiGate is having deep inspection as we expected. Yeah, web page is blocked. Local URL filter blocked. This is also perfect. So the other thing is content technology. Before this video, I just checked and Yahoo.com has this word within it. So I will go to Yahoo. Yeah, since Yahoo is making too many redirections to other Yahoo website, it shows too many certificates, too many different connections, so it requires too many certificate inspection. As you can see, URLs are always changing. It was different, now it came to content. Yes, now your data experience something. Yes, the connection was reset. So we wouldn't have, we agreed to accept the certificate which come from FortiGate. So there is deep inspection now, but we were unable to connect to Yahoo. So let's go to login report and web filter. Yahoo is blocked. And if you come down, the reason is that URL was blocked because it contains banned word contain. So this was because of event type is content, as you can see. So this hit the content filter. So if I go to security profiles, web filter, default, and delete this keyword, so I don't block any content. Okay. So I will just refresh the page. And yeah, I am there. So this page was blocked by content filtering because there is a technology keyword somewhere here on the page. So that's all for this video. Thank you very much for listening and see you on the next videos. Hi everyone. In this video I will explain you login report section and try to give you really detailed configuration commands for your log settings. So let's get it started. So under forward traffic, as you know, within the policies, if you allow the logging, you see the outputs here. And these outputs are physically can come from either memory, which is your RAM, and either from disk, which is your SSD. So you should choose where it is come from, and in the future also we will see that where to use. Also you are deciding where to use the logs actually, because logging to memory is not very healthy, because your RAM has a limited capacity. So if you use your memory just for logging, you may face very easily high memory issues. So, but not all the FortiGate devices has disk. So for those devices, you should use memory, or the better or the best option actually having a remote syslog server or remote FortiAnalyzer, which is an improved syslog server, let's say. So here, as you know, if you double click, you see the everything actually: date, time, duration of the session, ID of the session, virtual domain, which is by default root if you don't have multiple contexts. So IP address, which is considered from United States based on geographical IP database, source port, destination IP, and port. And in this policy, we had application control profile. So it hit to this profile, and it hit to this ping application, which is under this category and this service. And this is the risk value. All these are here under default. Yeah, all those information come from here. So ping is under network service. And why does this come here? Because this default profile we already use within our policy here. Yeah. So let's move on. Of course, you might have some denied policy here. I want to show also some example with this. So deny, and the reason is always important here. Policy violation. What does it mean? FortiGate couldn't find any policy for this access. It couldn't find any policy, that's why it dropped. Let's go to local traffic. From name you will understand this comes from actually local in policies. So this includes the traffic coming to FortiGate itself, like this. This is FortiGate's own IP address, and this is my computer, and this is FortiGate's port. And also the traffic started from FortiGate itself. So FortiGate is trying to reach FortiGuard servers. So it started a traffic with its own source IP to the FortiGate. Also, if you can double click, you see the same information also here. So multicast traffic, this will come if you have any multicast policy. Sniffer, if you have a one-arm sniffer defined, I never define it, so I don't use it. Events, here you see all the events, like administrator, admin out, if someone logged in, logged out, if FortiGate started, if HA device is changed, everything. And also all the events has a severity here. Yeah, this is also important, and from which admin, which user. Everything blocked by antivirus you will see here, web filter you will see here, SSL here, DNS here. So these are all connected to security profiles, as you see. So I don't have anything, I think here, maybe, yeah, just here I have, because of our tests. Apart from that, you see all the blockings also under the forward traffic. So it's up to you where to see. You will see here anomalies, and here email alert. If you enable this, from one email address to another email address. I mean, you will send email. This will be include your own email address and to where and when. For example, if policy denied the traffic, you want to send an email. If anything happens, severity with alert or higher, or in information level or higher. So just send me email. So you should set this. You should set an email, and FortiGate will send you an email. But it is important that if you want to FortiGate to send an email to you, you should already have defined under advanced. You can create an SMTP server, and you can just integrate your device with an SMTP server, and then you can send an email to you with these alert settings. Otherwise, you can't. FortiGate can't send. And log settings. So you will choose here how your logging should be done. So I choose here disk because my device has disk. And if you enable historical FortiView overview, we have FortiView here, which shows historical data. This is nothing but a log. This is no difference than actually log and report, but you see everything with graphics, like which stations you see, for example, which application use most, or which source is using the most bandwidth within your network. So you can see such info. Yeah, what is important here? You can connect this device to send logs. Real time is the best, to FortiAnalyzer or FortiManager, and you can send the logs with SSL encryption. So if you use set reliable enable on the CLI, so your logs will go to FortiAnalyzer encrypted. So you don't need to care about how it is going to be encrypted with which case and so on, because of both are the Fortinet products. They will be negotiating between each other. Verify FortiAnalyzer certificate, and you will see the log graphs here. If you send something to FortiAnalyzer, currently I don't have any integration, so I don't see anything here. And sending logs to FortiManager, not really recommended, because FortiManager should be used for management purpose, and if you use it also for logging, you might face performance issues on FortiManager because of overload. That's why it's better to separate the management console as FortiManager and the log console as FortiAnalyzer. And here you can set a syslog server, and here log settings with events for event logs. Like here we have events. You want to log what? You can customize here which events you will see, or you can say just all and you will see all the events. And for local traffic it is the same. It is here, and you can just customize what you want to see for this device itself, traffic, or you can just tell all. And for resolve host names, in local traffic, I am going to when I ping this, it should show here google.com when I use resolve hostname. I don't know why it's not shown here. Maybe I changed this while I was playing. That's the reason. But yeah, normally if you enable this in the forward traffic as the destination, yeah, now they came here. Yeah. Not only the IP, you will see also their DNS name, which is useful to make analysis easier. And resolve unknown applications, this already explained. Using ISDB, if you try to connect somewhere and FortiGate couldn't understand where you are connecting, it will try to use its ISTB. So this is all. You can log either, again to repeat, you can log either in your memory, on your disk, at a syslog server, at FortiAnalyzer, or you can use cloud logging. Like you should create a FortiCloud account and you can send your logs free of charge to FortiCloud. This is another Fortinet services you can reach via browser. But for this also you need to have a license. I mean, you should have device license, and if you have a FortiCare support license, as far as I remember, they also provide you this logging feature as well. So let's go to configuration. So I will show you here some important and useful logging commands like get log disk setting. Here you can see your disk status. So my FortiGate here has a disk, so its status is enabled. And this is from megabyte, I think, the log file size, and its daily rows. And if my disk is full, I mean if all the disk is full, it will start to overwrite. So it will start to delete the oldest log and will start to overwrite it. So this is my current configuration, and if I go to config system, config log disk setting show full, yes. So I can disable disk logging, or I can change the action for this, change the time, everything will be under here, config log disk. And just be sure your log quota will be 0, which means you don't have a quota. This is also important. And so I will go to diagnose sys log disk usage. So this is also important. You will see your free space, total usage, and so on. Apart from that, what can I show you? Like in some cases, you might need to see. Okay, let me go execute log filter view lines 100, enter. Again, execute log filter, category, okay, I will make it 0, which is forward traffic, and then execute log display. So instead of showing in GUI with those commands, you can see your logs here within GUI. Like if you have a problem with reaching the GUI, it might be useful. That's why I gave you this set of commands, like execute log filter, how many lines you want to see. First line is this, and second line is execute log filter category, and with category you will choose 0 to something, like each number is representing something, like some is IPS logs only, some is application control, 0 is forward traffic, and so on. And as soon as you said exe log display, this is your total log and this is your logs. So this is how to show logs. And on the other hand, something important, config log memory setting. So this is important for especially small devices. So if you have a small device like FortiGate 30E, and if it, I don't know if it has a disk, but if it doesn't have a disk, this is strongly recommend you to send everything outside. And if you don't send it to outside, and if you don't have a disk on this device, you might want to log your memory under the your logs on the memory. Then you should enable this. And again, if it is full, it will be override. But as I said, since memory is really very important hardware, you will not want to show full. Yes. Next. And config log memory global settings. Yeah. You will not want to use your memory mainly with logging purpose. So here there is maximum size of memory that can be used for logging. So I strongly recommend you to in bytes. Yeah, this is in bytes. So you should set a maximum size considering your memory. So this was another thing, and apart from that, config log. Yeah, here you can do everything with. If you want to connect a FortiAnalyzer to your device, you don't have to use only this option, but from here you can use config log FortiAnalyzer. And under this, show full. Yeah, you will enable it and you can make the connection. Another thing I want to show you is if you go to config log memory filter and show full. Yes, your log memory, I mean memory logs, which is saved on your RAM, is only for logging of in the level of information. As you know, syslog servers has 7 levels of severity. So if you set this severity to higher levels, that your memory will log only the higher levels of severity. Like set severity. Yeah, these are the levels. Like if you say debug, you will save everything. So this is not really recommended for memory. Even information is too low. So you should choose some urgent levels. But if you don't have disk, yeah, you can use information for your memory logging. Yeah. So show. Yes, I didn't change it. So this was something also I want to show because it is also important which level of severity you are logging. So this is all for logging course. Thank you for listening me and see you on the next video. Hi everyone. In this video I will show you very quickly how syslog configuration done on FortiGate. So before start, I should set up a syslog server, and in the configuration this will be my FortiGate and syslog server will be here within my own personal computer. So the traffic flow will be like this. So FortiGate will send it to hub and hub will send it to my computer. So for this purpose I should install a syslog server application. So I found this one which has general public license. You can just double click this exe file and you can just click next and it will be installed. Then I will just open it, Visual Syslog Server. Now I have to do two things. You will go to setup and enable the listeners here. So by default the port number of the syslog is 514 for UDP only. But in this example I just enabled both of them, but doesn't matter which one you want to use. Also on FortiGate you can choose if you will use UDP or TCP for syslogs. So here listener port, which is my interface IP address, and port is 514, and you will click OK. This is all you have to do here. And I will go to FortiGate, login report, log settings. Here you will click on send logs to syslog and type the IP address of the syslog server and apply. Yeah. After this time, I can create some artificial logs with this command, diagnose log test. This is very useful command to create some artificial logs. So I have too many logs generated now. If I go to, for example, web filter, yeah, there are too many block traffic, but these are fake. I just all created by my commands. Yeah. So anyway, I will go to here. Yeah. And as you can see, it's constantly logs are coming. And on the other hand, if you go to FortiGate, you can go to config log, config log. Okay, here you can set up to, you can send the logs up to 4 different syslog servers. On GUI, they have only one option, but this is just for simplicity of the GUI. If you want to send it to more places, you can set it there. And this one is our first one, so I should go to this one, syslogd, config log syslogd, and setting, and I will say show full configuration. Yeah, here you can change the port number, server IP, you can set mode to TCP, and your source IP, like you can set the source IP as the FortiGate IP, like 15.15.15.4 if you would like to. And next, and config log syslogd filter. If I say filter and show full, and here I can set the severity. This is, as you know, very important, and mostly if you are sending the logs to somewhere else, this you decrease the level of the event, so you can get more logs. Mostly you enable everything if you are sending to syslog server in general, so this is good. Everything is enabled. And if you say end, that is all for syslog. So thank you very much for listening, and see you on the next videos. Hi everyone. In this video, I will explain you how to integrate your FortiGate with FortiAnalyzer log server. Due to I had some issues with my VM configuration, just I created another new topology here for the first time. And I am using 6.0 version here instead of 6.2. But in real life scenario, there is no difference at all, so no worries. And the integration process is totally same. So my FortiGate has this IP again, 15.15.15.4, and FortiAnalyzer has 15.15.15.10. So when I connect to both of devices, this is my FortiGate. And when I come to here, actually there are not many options here, as you can see. That's why instead of here, I will come here and do it much more detailed. Config log, here question mark. You can integrate your device up to 3 FortiAnalyzers, as you can see, but we will do it only for one. And then you have only settings. Yeah. Now show full. It is disabled, so I will enable it first. Again, show full. Yeah. So here IPS archive is enabled. Good. Here I should set server. I will do it once again. I should set my server. This is FortiAnalyzer IP address. And here you should also enable this set reliable enable, which means that you will use encrypted traffic and TCP traffic for your logs. So set reliable enable, this is also important, and these two things are important. So there is encryption between the packets, between your FortiGate and FortiAnalyzer, and this should be exactly same on the FortiAnalyzer. So for my configuration, I set it to low, but this is not best practice. You should choose a medium or high in your real life configuration. And on the other hand, there is minimum SSL protocol version. This is for OFTP protocol. There is a protocol called OFTP, and it is responsible for the communication between FortiAnalyzer and FortiGate. So that's why this protocol should have same SSL version on the both sides, so that those two devices can communicate properly with each other. So I am coming here again. Set SSL minimum, and I want to set it to this one. And then when I say show, so this is my FortiAnalyzer configuration. If I say and, it is saved. So now I am connecting to FortiAnalyzer, but I will connect it to through CLI first. And I will make it config system global and get, not show. I think show doesn't exist here. Okay, it exists, but still I want to make it get to show everything configured. So here there is encryption algorithm, as you can see here, and we had the similar. I will show them together. Config log FortiAnalyzer setting show. Well, now it is perfect. So here my OFTP version, TLS version 1, and here my OFTP protocol TLS version 1, and here my, since it's default, you can see it here, but if I say show full, here my encryption algorithm is low, and here my encryption algorithm is low, which means that this integration should work. So okay. If I go to FortiGate Gui, for example, I will renew the page, and yes, FortiGate is not authorized, and log into the logging device, which is FortiAnalyzer, and confirm registration. So let me connect to FortiAnalyzer now. And yes, we have a notification here for, let's see, for what. Here you should choose if you want to see the devices with log system, if you want to see the storage used, and this is for the unregistered one. So if you click on it, you see one unregistered device here, which is mine. You should click on it and click add, and one name FGT1. I will say OK. Promoted to the add-on successfully, and now we see it here. It takes some time to get, because FortiGate should send here traffic if you want to see this, and currently we don't have much traffic on FortiGate. That's why I will go to FortiGate, and as you can see now, it's already integrated very well. And I will say diagnose log test. Perfect. I really like this command. Yes, I created too many test logs. If I check log settings, let's see FortiAnalyzer. here this shouldn't be red. So let me refresh the page. Yeah, and it is green now. If you want to see this green as soon as possible, you should send some logs. And as you can see, I see already the logs I sent to the FortiAnalyzer on the graph. So I will go to log view on FortiAnalyzer. And here under traffic, near the search bar, I should choose my device. And within last hour, it sent all these logs to FortiAnalyzer. So the integration works perfectly. And when I go to FortiGate, because the main focus on FortiGate here, not the FortiAnalyzer, I can close FortiAnalyzer now. So I can see the log types that I sent to FortiAnalyzer here. And on the other hand, if I go to, for example, application control, you know, I see here application control logs, but here you should choose you want to see the logs from where. So this is from memory and disk. So since we have disk logging, it chooses using disk. But what if I close disk logging? Because I have FortiAnalyzer, so I don't want to save anything on my disk. Yes. Now we have also FortiAnalyzer option. So all the logs you see here, first saved to your disk and sent to FortiAnalyzer, and then they come back from FortiAnalyzer to here. I know it sounds strange, but just imagine a situation you have a small disk size, or you don't have disk at all, so that's why you should keep all the logs somewhere. That's why you first send each and every log to the log server, which is FortiAnalyzer, and then if you want to see them, you see them here. So that's all for FortiAnalyzer integration. Thank you for listening to me, and see you on the next videos. Thanks. Hi everyone. In this video, I will explain you some advanced troubleshooting commands on FortiGate. Like, these are really distributed, like you can reach them when you need it, or even maybe some of them is not easily to find to commands. So we will see most of them, and I think you will like this session the most compared to other ones maybe, because the commands you will learn here show you some information from hardware or the tables running behind, so you will really going behind the scene what is going on within the FortiGate itself. So let's get it started. Again, I am running my Firefox, and again our traffic will flow from right to left. Okay, as I always did, I assign the same IP address to this browser. And let's get it started. Good to go. So I will speak under 6 different topics. I am planning to divide each topic with some small music breaks with a couple of seconds. The first one will be session. Session commands. For example, here I am pinging 8.8.8.8, and for this, since FortiGate is a stateful firewall, it should have a session list. So I am going to FortiGate, and I am using diagnose sys session filter clear. If there's a session before, I should clear it first. Then diagnose session session list. Yeah. Under this command, you will see all the sessions that the FortiGate holds. So here you can see, for example, our session from browser. I am going to internet. I am going to this port. Sorry, this session is created because I open browser, most probably. Like my computer, I mean this Firefox is currently sending some DNS request because as you see there is port 53 here. DNS request to Google, and also from that destination, Google DNS server, I get some replies. And here, this is protocol 17, which means this is UDP traffic. And this session is active for 65 seconds, and if no packets pass through with this session, it will be expired within this time. So we have always session list here. Source 35, 35, 35, 3, and then if I show list, I see this time 15 sessions, and all should be sourced from 35, 35, 35.3, which is my browser. So as you can see, all the sessions here, since most of the sessions are created through it, yeah, it's there. Okay, so let me filter with 15.15.15.4. Again, I am session filter, clearing my filter, and then source 15.15.15.4, and let's see if is there any session. Yeah. So for example here, yeah, because I had OSPF configured before, so from that port I constantly send OSPF multicast traffic. So I have a session for that also. And protocol number 89, this belongs to OSPF by default. Yeah. So this is how it works. The reason why I show you this, sometimes you may want to clear the sessions. So in this case, like if you do this, the access session filter clear, so I cleared the filter, and if I use this one, sys session clear, I will clear the sessions, and if I do this, all the sessions will be cleared, because there is no filter at all, so everything will be cleared, and I will lose even this HTTP CLI access. So I don't want to do that. That's why I will use filter source. For example, I will use my browser IP, and then I will use sys session clear, and when I say clear, it will just clear the sessions sourced from this source. So if I try to show session list, as you can see now I have only one session from that browser, because I cleared it and just newly start. As you can see, this is active for 3 seconds only, because I newly cleared these sessions for this browser. Yeah. So this was all for session list. So as the second headline, I will show you some debug commands, flow debug. FortiGate has a feature that it shows you flow life cycle of each packet passing through it, which is a really great feature, and it shows every process, that is not every, but most of the processes implemented to that packet, so that you can, for example, trace if this packet may be not netted correctly because of your configuration mistake, or it is blocked because of policy violation actually, and so on. So let's get it started. So I am disabling the debug. and I am even resetting it to clear everything written for debug previously. Then also I am clearing all the flow filters written before, if there is, just to guarantee this, all those comments. And now I want to create my filter for source address 35.35.35.3, which is my browser, and protocol 1, which is ICMP. So I will just trace my ICMP flows, and then flow trace start 100, which means I want to see the flow only for 100 packets, no more. And then I enable the debug. And when I start to ping Google, yes, you see for each packet I see something. So let's dig in. So this packet received from root vdom, and it has protocol 1, which is ICMP packet. And this is the source, and this is the destination. So this came from port 2. This is ICMP type 8 and ICMP code 0. This is those numbers belong to the structure of ICMP protocol. And then I didn't have any session on my session list, which I previously showed you to say how to see the session list. So allocate a new session. So FortiGate allocated a new session here. And then here find the route. There is a flag, and it found the route through routing table, and it decided to send the packet through port 3 to this gateway address, which is correct. Because yeah, if you want to go to 888, which is on the internet, it should go to port 3, and my next hop IP address, which belongs to my internal IP, is this IP address. Yes. And then allow by policy to SNAP, which means that there is SNAP applied to this, because you know I added there a source net, and then it's sent to IPS. Why? Because we have some security profile filters there. That's why it's sent to IPS to be checked by web filter and application control, so on. And if there is no problem here, it will be sent out. And since I get already replies from Google, which means that it successfully sent it out. Also, if there would be a DNet, you would see another line here. Before SNet, DNet happens, if there is any. So this is really great thing, because if you have a routing issue, for example, and you couldn't realize, you will not see this line, and you will understand, okay, I have a problem with routing in my configuration. Continue with packet capturing, and this is not something very detailed, but I already showed you that you can get packet captures from GUI here, but which may take time. And I also recommend you to not forget any capturing here, because it will stored within somewhere in the RAM, and it will consume your memory, so we don't want it. Yeah. Just try to keep here clean as much as possible. Just you can use it for when you need to troubleshoot something. Anyway, but there is a much faster way to getting the packet capture. So this command is here, diagnose Snmp packet, and you should choose an interface. So I will choose any, and then you should set a filter within codes like this. So I am telling host 35.35.35.3 and 40A. I use always 40A. You can use question mark. What are these numbers? But these are in short define the details of the capturing. Like if you want to see the, for example, port names, that interface names. or if I want to see what is within the data section of the packet, and so on. And this filtering is enough for me. And yes, as you can see here, I will stop. So from port 2, let's start with this. From port 2, I get a packet coming from this IP going to this IP, and with the reply packet, again I see another one coming to this and replying to this one. So this is echo request and this is echo reply. So I can see also port number, I can see the timestamp, and like very quickly I get too many information regarding this packet flow of this connection. Yeah, and you can also use even port numbers, like protocol numbers, like proto1, for example. I just want to see ICMP packets, and since this is ICMP, again this filter works. Yeah, this shows even better. Yeah, because replies packet wasn't hosted with this. So here, just all the ICMP I want to see. So here it is even better. So from port 2 it comes, and same packet leaves from port 3. And then from port 3 reply comes, and it goes to port 2. So these four actually the whole cycle of the one request and reply. I want to show maybe one more thing. You can via AND you can add extra filters like AND host 35 Maybe this is even a better filter. So if you want to set capture a traffic which belongs to two different hosts, you can use host this and keyword and host something else. So it's up to you. Again, just I want to show you this works. Yeah, and that's it. And now we are done. So FortiGate has a feature called CLI debug. For example, let me divide my screen into two, and I allow some commands here like diagnose, debug, CLI 6, and then diagnose, debug, enable. So in GUI, I will go to interfaces, and let's see what will happen. I will go to, I have connection here, I don't want to be disconnected, so I will go to port 2, and I want to define a secondary IP address here, for example, and I want to allow SSH, HTTPs and ping for that. So let's see what will happen. Yeah, so, and I will click OK. Yes, this is perfect. So as you can see, actually I could do the same configuration using those commands. So actually I am seeing what the web GUI sent to FortiGate to make this configuration. So if you wonder the CLI version of the actions you did on the GUI, you can always open CLI debug, so it will show you everything what happened. So actually you could go to config system interface, edit port, set secondary IP enable, and those things, and you would be already able to do the same configuration. So I will delete it. I don't want any secondary IP. Okay. Yes, so it use purge, which means delete, clean. It cleaned the secondary IP configuration, and that's all. And of course, for each debug, you should disable it not to see anything else again. So, and even reset. Yeah, so you will not see anything there again. And now I will show you the two performance commands in total. So one is get system performance status. So here you can see virus count, IPS attempt, but much more important, the usage of your CPU cores and their levels. For example, I have relatively high here, and usage of memory. Like I'm using 76% of it. This is actually a high memory issue, but this is not because of FortiGate. This is because I am using VM, so no problem with the device. And average network usage and some bandwidth information here. I don't use much, so you don't see much. But normally you can also check your bandwidth usage if you have some slowness issue. This command will work, will help you. And uptime. So let me continue. The main one, diagnosis tab. This is a Linux command. It doesn't start with diagnose, but it is tab actually in Linux. So if you use diagnosis tab 250, yeah. So from tab, as you can see, these numbers are always changing. And if you have a high CPU issue or high memory issue on the FortiGate, you will wonder definitely, what is the reason? Like, because of which process this high CPU or high memory you have. So you can just disable that that application you are using or feature, and the high memory issue will gone, or you can kill the process. So let's start with sequencing. But for this one, you should understand what is written here. So these are the current status of the processes. R is running, S is sleeping. And these are the name of the processes, like HTTPSD is handling GUI, GUI related things. IPS, new CLI is managing CLI related things. VAD is managing proxy and so on. And IPS engine is, I had explained before, is all the things relevant to security profiles and their inspection. So IPS engine is in real production. In most cases, if you have security profiles, mostly on the top. So the most important thing here is also those columns. The first column here is showing the CPU, and the second one is memory. So whenever you make diagnosis tab, you will want to sequence these numbers according to memory or according to CPU, so that you will see the top memory users or top CPU users. So for this purpose, you should click M. So now I click M, and I sequenced it according to here, which is memory. M means memory. So after M, you will see the HTTP is the most memory user. Let me divide my screen. And I will go to, and this is still running. This command should be still running, but it looks stable now. Okay, again. But my screen is not, let me use 40. Yes. So we will always follow this part. And I click again M. Okay, top user is HTTPS. So I will go to log and report and forward traffic. And yeah, usage of HTTP just slightly increased. But yeah, this is also for memory. I don't know what can I do to increase it here much. But now I will click on not M but P, which will sequence it according to CPU, usage of CPU. And it is very normal during the processes. Sometimes CPU go very high and go down very fast, very sharply. This is a normal action for a CPU. So I will again go to log and report, forward traffic, and look. HTTPS just increased the usage of CPU to 20%, which is very high. But after page is loaded, it went down. So yeah, this diaxis tab command is very useful, and with Q you can quit. So the Q is for quit, M for memory, and P for CPU. Those three letters are the most used ones, will be the most used ones for you. And one more thing with this. Let's say I see that this HTTPS process is using too much this 2564. This is the PID, process ID of it. Using too much some sources. So I want to kill it. So I am quitting. And I should make a diagnose. So this is all for this headline. I have here 5 comments for you. Let me start. Get system ARP. This is to show the active ARP table of the device. So this IP has this MAC address, this IP has this MAC address. And secondly, get system session list. I already showed you those two, but I want to show you again. Get system session list. Show us the NAT table. This is very important. This shows the NAT table. And if I use diagnosis session list, they look very similar. But this one shows me the list of the current sessions on the firewall. So this shows the session list really, but system session list shows the ARP table. And out of that, if you want to see what is your current routing, active routing table, yeah, this is my current routing table. And since this is a standard table on all network devices, I will not go deep with it. Just if I use here database instead of all, I will see even the not activated routes. For example, I have an OSPF route here, which is not active because why? My neighbor should be this router and which is down. Yeah, but yeah, normally this is there. So this is called actually forwarding information base, if you heard about it before. So this shows forwarding information base, and this shows routing information base. So which means this shows the active routing table, and this shows all the routes that we have within the kernel. So this is all with this advanced troubleshooting video. I hope you enjoy with these interesting comments, and see you on the next videos. Hi everyone. In this video I will show you another interesting FortiGate feature, which is auto script. Using this feature you can make some periodical operations on FortiGate, like configuration backup every day or every 2 hours. or reboot the device every morning, something like that. So I will periodically save my configuration backup to an FTP server. So this will be my FortiGate and this will be my FTP server. And periodically I will try to save my configurations to this FTP server. So I will show you how to configure the FTP server first. First, I created an empty folder here, which is FortiGate FTP folder. And then you should have this small application, FileZilla server interface. I double click it. Here, I didn't change anything. I will click connect. Then you should go to here, user. And you should create an user here. I will say add, and I will give the name as Fatih, which is my name, and password is 1234. And then I will go to shared folders, click add here, and FortiGate FTP folder, and here write and append, and I will give all the rights to my account. So currently here I am listening FTP request, and here this is a server. So this is all for server side. I will go to FortiGate, which is here. I will go to config system autoscript and create a new one called config backup. This is a artificial name, so okay, so this is my command. Every 60 seconds, this is in seconds, I will run the script. I will repeat it 5 times, or I will change it to 0, which means forever. So every 6 seconds, forever this will happen. So set start auto means it will start automatically, and my script is here. Also, I should edit it, because yeah, my again config system autoscript edit config backup show. Okay, set script 1 2 3 4. Okay, now show. Okay, it's here, and I will say and now script started. So I will go to FileZilla and wait. We should wait for 1 minute. Yes, right after 1 minute you see the difference here. This is the time now, and okay, yeah, so this is the minute, so 17 to 18. There is after 1 minute later, there is a connection and successfully transferred backup config. So I am going to the folder, and I have my backup config here, 622. Yeah, so this is all. Before I forget, for this application to work, I have to disable my Windows firewall. So this is important. You should disable your firewall, and then everything will work. So thank you very much for listening to me, and see you on the next videos. Hi everyone. In this video I will show you how to apply virtual wire pair on FortiGate. So virtual wire pair is a FortiGate when you attach 2 ports as a virtual wire pair. So packets coming from one interface just replicated to the other side. So in this example, I will use just these 2 computers, and port 9 and port 10 will be here virtual wire pairs. So any packet coming from port 9 should be forwarded to port 10. So for this purpose, I am going to open my computers. And then, yeah, one of them has this IP 17.17.17.2. and the other one has .1. So as you can see, it's both using the same subnet. And if I try to ping each other from them, let's try ping 17.17.17.2. Yeah, it's not pingable. So let's go to FortiGate. Here we should click on create new virtual wire pair, and I will name it as this, and interface will be port 9 and port 10. And here, if you want to enable VLANs through this virtual wire pair, VLAN tag packets, we should allow this. If we allow this, it will allow all the VLANs, otherwise we can just filter with some numbers. So it's already came here, so I will refresh the page. Then if I go to policy and objects, now I have another new type of policy, which is IPv4 virtual wire pair policy. So I will click on it, create new. Here I will say test VVP. So I want to allow traffic on both directions. Source can be either of the source address of the packets can be either of the computer IP addresses, and service is all. And then antivirus, because actually the traffic will pass through in L2. I mean, everything will be allowed, and FortiGate will behave as L2 device. But on the other hand, it will make all the checks through all the lines of all the layers of the OSI layers. So this is fine now. So we have it here. So I will try to ping, and it's working. And if I refresh the page, I see some bytes here showing me the packets passing through here. Just one extra thing. If you want this policy to allow also multicast policies, I mean, if you want to, for example, those two doesn't have to be computers, and they might be routers, and they might be trying to set an OSPF through virtual wire pair, which means that this port should allow multicast packet. Then you should also come here and create another policy for allowing the OSPF. Or on the other hand, one last thing, if you go to config system interface and edit port 9, you should here also, if you want to allow, for example, some DHCP packets, DHCP broadcast, you should also enable broadcast forwarding. Or if you want to allow all type of Ethernet frames, you should enable this one. And if it should pass STP or VLANs, of course, if you didn't do this through the GUI. So under both ports, you should also enable those extra allowance, so that the other types of specific packets will be able to also pass through the virtual wire pair. So this is all for virtual wire pair. Thank you for listening, and see you on the next videos. Hi everyone. In this video, I will explain you how high availability should be configured on FortiGate. So we can start to use the upper side of our configuration setup finally, our diagram finally. On the other hand, before this, I should give you some background on high availability in general and also specific on FortiGate. So first of all, if you set a high availability like here, for your LAN, either for your LAN or WAN part, you need to have a switch. This is a must, because if this port went down with the same MAC address, the other physical port should be able to continue to its operations. And if you don't want to use different switches on both sides, you can have another design, like you can also connect your LAN cables to the same switch like WAN, but you can use for them another VLAN so that these VLANs will distinguish LAN and WAN from each other. So you don't have to have this part like I have. Since I don't pay anything to add those switches here, I just added them. But also in generally, I know too many setups actually. They are separating their protected switch, LAN side switch, and the WAN side switch, like I do here. Yeah. On the other hand, on an HA setup, each FortiGate or each HA member should have the same configuration. To provide this, they should connect to each other through HA ports, which I choose here, port 9 and port 10. So these ports actually for FortiGates to check each other's states and also synchronize their configuration to each other. So they need to have full synchronization each moment of the time. On the other hand, if I come to IP addressing, or before I should go through one more thing, like normally FortiGate recommends to connect direct connection of the HA ports to each other, like you see on this diagram. And if it is not possible, and if they are in different side of a one room, for example, FortiGate recommend to use a physical switch, separated switch, for each VLAN, each of the HA connections. And if it is not possible, and if they are on the same switch, they recommend to use different VLAN for each of the HA interface. So for example, port 9 on both sides will be connected to over a switch through VLAN 9, and port 10 will go to a switch on VLAN 10, and this will also go to VLAN 10 on a switch. So they will be on the same VLAN, and they can place in a distance from each other using this approach. And it's also very, very strongly recommended to those VLANs should be dedicated to heartbeat interfaces. So you will not connect any other computer or any other traffic to those heartbeat VLANs. So it will be just for FortiGate FortiGate HA communication purposes. Yeah. And one last thing with HA ports. On FortiGate, luckily, it is a good feature, I think. You don't need to assign any IP address to HA interfaces. So port 9 and port 10 doesn't have IP addresses here. Yeah. So if we speak about LAN and WAN ports, normally when you set the HA cluster, FortiGate using just one virtual IP address, and that's all. So both for LAN and WAN, you will have only one IP address. This is different from Checkpoint and also from F5, since they both implement very similar to each other. On their topology, you should have 3 IP addresses for WAN and 3 IP addresses for LAN. Also for each subnet on the LAN side or WAN side, you always need to have 3 IP address, and one IP address will be belong to the device itself, and the one IP will be left to the reachability of that IP address, like you see here for WAN. So normally these are not mandatory on FortiGate. These 2 IP addresses I can delete, but I will explain you why they are here. Yeah. So apart from that, if you want to set an HA, there are some prerequisites, like those FortiGates should have same hardware model before HA. So they have to have same Fortinet operational system. I mean FortiOS 6.2 in my example. Both have the same FortiOS. They should have also same licenses on each of them, and if one of them has an older license, the older one will be accepted after the HA is established. So apart from that, yeah, if everything is same, we are good to go. And one more thing, since management purposes, because I want to manage this FortiGates, for example, from my computer, from different IP addresses, because if I don't use these two, and if I have just this IP address, I should connect to, for example, I should HTTPS to this IP, and if the active FortiGate is this one, when I try to connect to this IP, I will connect to this FortiGate always. So how it will be possible from my computer to connect to this FortiGate? There are two ways. The one way is I can always connect to the active FortiGate through this IP, and then through CLI there is a command which is switching CLI to the passive one or to other member, in other words. Or you can set dedicated management IP addresses, which I will use here, so that if I connect to this IP, I will connect to this FortiGate, and if I try to connect to this IP, I will connect to secondary FortiGate. And if I try to connect to their virtual IP, I will connect to active FortiGate, whichever the active one at that time. If the active one is this one, I will connect to that one, or if it is this one, I will connect to this one via this IP. So this is the configuration. And now I think we are good to go, and we can start with this one. And as a start point, config system interfaces show, yeah, the IP already given here. Port 2 has 25.25.25.3 for now, so I just give it the virtual IP for now. And I am going to, this is FortiGate 1A, so this one, I just give the virtual IP to it for now. And I am going to connect the second one. Okay, this is my second FortiGate here. And again, config system interface show. Okay, I will just set mode to, 1 second. I am using port 2, so Ctrl+C, edit, port 2, set mode static, set IP 15.15.15.6, 255.255.255.0, and then set allow access HTTPS, ping, and SSH are enough. Yeah. Also, config system interface and edit port 1. I will set it to set mode static. Currently it was in DHC. Yeah. Then I am closing those windows because they are already ready to connect through their GUI. So first I will connect to first FortiGate. Don't take it serious, yeah. And since I face too fast with timeout, I will also increase the timeout on both devices. Yes, so I am going to system settings, and increasing the idle timeout to 8 hours. Okay. In the meantime, this device will reboot. Okay, let's start with HA configuration. So I should set it to active passive. It doesn't matter, but in mostly this is used. So device priority, this will define the active one. The higher one will be the active one in the first HA setup. And this is let's say test HA. This should be same on both sides. And for password, I will use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And session pickup, this means they will share the sessions. I will come to this later on. Monitor interface. You should monitor your all active interfaces. So port 1 and port 2. Because why? They will the ports that I use for traffic. Also, I forgot to tell you that you should use the symmetrical ports on both sides. So if I use for WAN here port 2, you should use here port 2. If I use LAN port 1, the LAN should be port 1 here, and so on. It should be totally symmetrical. And heartbeat interfaces, as I explained you before, 9 and 10, and they will have the same priority, and I have this here. Then I will go to other device. I will go to system 8. Oh, first I will set it idle timeout to 8 hours. Then in settings, on HA, I will go to active passive, and device priority I will make it 10 because I want this one to be secondary. And group name was test HA. Password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Session pickup is enabled. I will monitor port 1 and port 2, and yeah, I will click on OK. And in the meantime, yeah, waiting for cluster data. So it realized there is a cluster. You should renew the page with intervals and check this X button should be green. So let's wait. So currently this is HA master, but it is not synchronized, so it should continue. So now the HA is set up. It already took 6 minutes. for us. And as I showed you here, you can check their packet messaging through those two debugging commands. This is really very important to troubleshoot. Diagnose debug application HA talk -1 and diagnose debug application HA sync 01 -1. And just I will disable it. So as you can see, I already lost my connection, and currently this is the case. This is my computer. There is only one HAIP, one VIP. All the devices is sharing, and it has one MAC address. So the active one is this one. So there is this IP currently belongs to this one. So how can I connect to this device? Let me show you. Okay, since I have a evaluation license, it doesn't allow me to make this switch between the devices through the CLI. So normally you should be using execute, HA manage 1 or 0. So one of them should be to other device, and one number should be this one. So as soon as you enter this, it will ask you the credentials of the secondary device, and you will be able to connect in that. So I am removing this, and I will go to config system HA. I will go to config system interface on this device and edit port 2 and set management IP 15.15.15.5. Okay, and I will go to the other device through console, unfortunately for here, but normally I should go to this device with execute HA manage command, config system interface and edit port 2, set management IP 15.15.15.6. Okay, and so now, yes, it's here. Yeah. So if I use this IP address, let me log in. I am connecting to secondary device, and if I use this one, which is VIP, I am connecting to first one. Or if I use the one I created for this will also connect me to the first one, as I explained you before. Yes. So either from .5, from .3, currently I am connecting to the first device because it's the active one, master, as you can see here. Yeah. And the other thing I want to show you with this is some diagnose commands to check the situation of the HA. Okay, let me try this. Checksum, no cluster. Checksum show. Yeah. So here you should see the same numbers for all the VDOMs. This is very important. So here, for example, for global VDOM, you have this. and here also the same, exactly same numbers here. And for root you have this, and here you have exactly the same numbers. So this checksum actually proves that if all the numbers are fine on the same lines, for example for global and global, for all and for all, it means that your synchronization is exactly fine. So I will try another command. Yes, here this is also important. You should see here this one, HA health status is op. This is important, and here you should see the right serial numbers and right master and right slave. And yeah, here there are some packet numbers. Again, this is the master, this is the slave, and so on. And apart from that, I want to show you one last thing. If I go to config system HA, show full, here there is session pickup. Yeah, this one. Set session pickup enable. I enable this during the first configuration here. This means that whenever a packet comes to firewall, firewall creates a session for it and holds this session on a session list table up to some timeout time. So this is required to handling the policies for next upcoming packets or for the reply packets coming to those connections. So if you enable this table also synchronizes with the secondary device, which means that if one of the clients have a connection to do, for example, a bank, which is a mission critical place, so as soon as the firewall is down and it went to secondary, this session will also be carried out to the secondary one. So the session will not drop and the operation of the user will continue without any interruption. So this is important. And if you enable this here only enables the session pickup for TCP session. So if you want to enable UDP, you should also set session pickup connections enabled, which means UDP. And apart from that, there is one more thing. Yeah, so this will just keep the latest situation with whichever firewall has the active state. It will continue to work until there is no problem with monitoring. Yeah. And one more thing which is important, set group ID. It was, I think, 1 second. Yes, group ID 1. Okay, this is important. Why? Because according to FortiGate's virtual MAC address calculation, for each device of Fortinet is calculating the same virtual MAC address, unfortunately. And if you connect more than one cluster to same switch, for example, to this switch, if you connect another cluster, they will have the same MAC address as this one, if they are using the same ports. So if you don't want to face an issue, you should set a group ID differently on each cluster, because group ID will change the calculation of the MAC addresses, so there will be not a MAC address overlap. So this is for that purpose. And out of that, yeah, currently our HA is working very healthy. You should see those green ticks here. And our HA video finished here as well. So thank you very much for listening and see you on the next videos. Hi everyone. In this video I will show you how to set up a IPSec site-to-site VPN. So I have here one HA cluster and I have here one standalone FortiGate. So I will set a tunnel between these two, and in the end this subnet behind the standalone firewall will be able to ping the subnet behind this HA cluster. And just before start, as soon as I start the firewalls, these firewalls, they set the HA because we had already configured them together with you. And just to remove the confusion, I just removed all the policies from the firewall. So both firewalls doesn't have any policy. This is not a requirement for sure, but I just wanted to share with you what I may change before the video. Yeah. So let's get it started. Yes. And it is important to know that while we are creating an IPSec VPN, there are three things we should be aware of. One, if we have a correct routing. Two, if we have correct security policies. So if we have the right routing with static routes. Second was if we have the correct policies. Now we don't have any. And third, if we have the correct IPSec VPN parameters here. Yeah. So these three will be checked as soon as we set the tunnel. So this is FGT2, which is the standalone one. Let's start the configuration. IPSec tunnels, create new. Always use the wizard because it makes too many things automatically. So this is VPN test. I will choose site to site, no NAT between them, and remote device is FortiGate. Even though the remote device is something different than these two, just choose FortiGate and click on next. And then remote IP. This is a better showing. So for this standalone device, remote IP is this. And I can't use these two because these two just for management purposes. So I have to use this. This is not optional. I have to use the VIP virtual IP address 15.15.15.3, and pre-shared key is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I choose signature, this authentication between the devices should be done through a certificate. But since I don't have any certificate currently, I will use pre-shared key. Next. Local interface is port 2, and behind port 2 I have this subnet, and remote subnet is 25.25.25.0.24. No internet access. Create. And then show tunnel list. It is here, and you can just double click on it and then convert to custom tunnel. This is what I want to show you. So as soon as you convert it like this is not FortiGate specific now. If you want to edit something, I mean if the remote device is not FortiGate, for example, and if it is using different encryption or authentication hash algorithms, you can just edit it from there. So just you can change it to custom one. But always start with wizard and choose FortiGate as recommendation. So I am going to HA device and VPN wizard name VPN test HA. Again site to site VPN, there is no NAT, I choose FortiGate. Remote IP is 15.15.15.4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 our PS key. Next. local interface is port 1, and our subnet came automatically, which is correct. And remote subnet will be 35.35.35.0/24 and create. Great. Show tunnel list. It is here. So I will go to monitor, IPSec monitor, and bring up. Yes, you see the green button here, which shows it is up now. And again, this type doesn't have to be site-to-site FortiGate. I will go to VPN, IPSec tunnels, and you can see again here it is up. I will tell edit, convert to custom tunnel. So what is important actually for you here is, let me go to tunnel. We choose the remote gateway IP interface. Here, if you don't choose any local gateway, because in the visor, you know, since both sides are FortiGate, it doesn't ask those details. But if it is not FortiGate, or if you want to customize something, you should convert it to custom tunnel and make these additions. So, for local gateway, in this example, I will use my outgoing interface, which is, sorry, I am on HA device now. So, my outgoing interface, which is port 2. And during the configuration, since I provided the outgoing interface, I didn't outgoing interface as port 2, I didn't set an IP address for local. So normally, automatically it takes this one. If this is disabled or enabled and you choose this one, it is the same thing. But if you have another public IP that, another public IP that you want to set the IPsec for, then you should set an IP address here or here manually. And this mode config option is used to give some IP address to the remote site. Like this is mostly for remote access connections, like remote access VPN connections. This is used, so I will not go into details. And keep alive, I already explained. DPD, that peer detection. This is to understand. Okay, normally tunnels. Okay, this option is checking the other side, like if it is up or down, like with some certain intervals, a couple of times, a couple of seconds. It always sends, are you up, are you up, are you up. It sends always these messages to keep the tunnel check, because if it can't get the I am here answer from the other side, the tunnel will go down automatically without waiting the tunnel timeout. And not traversal, we already know. Here it is enabled, but we can even disable because there is no net with now on this configuration. Authentication, we already know we need to somehow authenticate the other side, and to set up the trust relationship. That's why we need to have a method here, peer shared key or signature. And IK version, you already know. There is IK version 1, IK version 2. They have differences, which I am not going to go deeper. And there are, if you choose IK version 1, there are 2 modes for it. For IK version 2, there is no mode. And this aggressive one again used for dial-up VPNs in many cases. If you choose, okay, this is the case. If you choose main mode, there are 6 VPN packets before the tunnel is established. But if you choose aggressive one, there are 3 VPN packets before the setting up the tunneling. This is a bit faster, but it has some disadvantages. So on both sides of the tunnel, you should choose the same one. Same IK version, same pre-shared key, and same mode. This has to be exactly same on both sides. And phase 1 proposal, again, we should exactly on both sides exactly set the same encryption and same authentication. And same Diffie-Hellman group, of course. There is no X-out authentication. This is also for remote connections, mostly with clients. And phase 2 selector. Here we should tell to FortiGate what will be our local subnets and what will be the remote subnets. And according to what we added here, we should create the policies and add the same ones to the policies. And again for phase 2 there is encryption and authentication, replay detection. For example, you want to pay money to some bank and someone just made a man-in-the-middle attack and he just replicated your messages and start to send to the bank. So in this case, for each time these packets are replicated, you will make the same payment a couple of times in the end of this attack. So this is just to stop such kind of attacks. It's always recommended to enable on both sides, but it has to be enabled on both sides. And perfect forward secrecy also is a feature that when the phase 2 tunnel is created, normally it's always two sides are using always the same key. So the phase 2 tunnel always created with the same key. If you choose this one and set a Diffie-Hellman group here, because of PFS, each time you create a new tunnel, so even though someone get your keys and start to listen your traffic on your VPN tunnel, when the tunnel is renewed, because of this PFS, it has a new encryption key and the attacker should find also now your new key. So in this case, even though someone learns your key, maximally he can listen your packets during this period of time. Then the key will change. And there is auto negotiation. This is also very useful. If you enable this one, okay, normally phase 2 tunnel is done if there is no traffic. I mean, when the traffic is try to pass, the tunnel is established, the phase 2 tunnel. And if during this period of time, this time of time, no packet comes from the tunnel, it goes down automatically and waits for another packet to go up. But if you put auto negotiate enable, even though there is no traffic, it will create a fake traffic with the other side and keep the tunnel always up and running. That's why I am enabling this here. And then I will go to other FortiGate and I will do the same there. Yes, it's inactive. Well, most probably it is because of that. Convert the custom tunnel. Advanced. Auto negotiation enabled. Yes, now it is up. Great. And if it is up, it means that we have the correct routing. Let's go to static route. As you can see, I have a route as VPN test from VPN interface. If I go to policy and object addresses, because of I use the wizard, IPSec wizard, that wizard creates those routes automatically. As you can see, I have here local and remote subnets, created addresses for them. And for remote subnet, for example, I have this 25.25.25.0 remote subnet 25. And if I go to network static routes, yeah, remote subnet. So I have a route there. Normally, if I don't use wizard, I should create this route manually myself. And if I go to policies, again, wizard is created policies two sides, from local to remote and from remote to local. And if I go to other FortiGate, the same situation. Wizard is already created the route. and also the policies. So very quickly, I will just open the computer here, start, and I will give IP to it, IP 25.25.25.4/24 25.25.25.25.3. Show IP. Okay, I have correct, so I will save it. So first I will try to ping my default gateway. 25. Yes, I can ping it. So I had already set this IP address for those ports. So I should also run this computer. Start. Yeah, it already has IP address. So again, this time I am pinging 35.35.35.4 and it works. So which means tunnel is working, and I will ping from here. What was IP of this? Show IP 25.25.25.4. Yeah. And if I want to verify this, I will go to Ipv4 policies. And as you can see, I have some bytes here, so some packets hit here. And if I go to show matching logs, I will see it here. Or if I go to monitor, IPSec monitor, again I will see some incoming and outgoing data. So everything is working properly. And still, if you want to get more details for the tunnel, I want to show you some comments lastly, because we are done. This is invalid because of replays. I am sorry, because you know I enabled already anti-replay, and as I explained you, I have here hub, not a switch. So it is here hub, not a switch, and it is replicating the traffic. That's why. Yeah. So I will set, yeah, as you can see some, and this is DPD that I showed you, dead peer detection. Now one side sent to another one, are you there? And the other side is sent the answer, are you there, ACK, which means I am here. So while the tunnel is up, these are you there and are you there ACK packets should flow with time. Yeah. So I will disable the debug. So there are two commands showing you phase 1 and phase 2 current status. One is diagnose, VPN, IPsec, gateway, list. Okay, so this is our phase 1. So it is through internet interface port 2 and we are using version 1. It created this time ago. We have one IC SA and one IPsec SA, which means one phase 1 tunnel and one phase 2 tunnel. Like this is 1/2 because of some reason, but there is nothing wrong there. So status is established, key, everything, and so on. So we see here phase 1 configuration, phase 1 status. If phase 1 is not established, also this is important. For example, you want to understand if you have a problem and you don't know if you have the problem with your phase 1 configuration or phase 2 configuration. Then you will write this command, and if you see the status established here, your problem is not with the phase 1. So then you are going to second command, diagnose VPN tunnel list. Yeah. So this is phase 2 state. So here you should see this encryption and decryption link, because for both sides, okay, for each FortiGate on the up, for example, from here to here, there is a one encryption or encryption key, and for the incoming packet there is a decryption key. So encryption and decryption keys are different from each other. That's why you should see this one, and like basically if you see this encryption decryption SPI here, this SPI, and it means it is up. Yeah, basically if you see that, it means it's up. But on the other hand, you can see the NAT T, which means if there is NAT between them, there is none, because we disabled it. That peer detection is on demand, sorry, as we set it. And source, also this is very important, of course, the source and destination subnets, because you might have a couple of subnets within your configuration, and here maybe you can see just some of them. So you should figure out why you don't have the tunnel is up for all the subnets you try to set the tunnel. Yeah. Okay, for IPSec VPN, this is all. Thank you very much for listening me. Hi everyone. In this video, I will explain you another interesting FortiGate feature, which is IPSec link aggregation. So this will be our topology. It looks a bit complex, but it's really not. So here again, I have my HAs and one network behind, and here another firewall and the network behind, and their connection is provided through two ISPs, as you can imagine. So one ISP is this one, which is using this subnet of 15.15.15, and here is .4 and here is .3, and I have another ISP here, and it is using the subnet of 50.50.50. Again, .4 is here and .3 is here. And for ISP, this ISP, I used only port 5, just to not make a confusion. So I will set up a tunnel between these FortiGates through one ISP and another tunnel through another ISP. And then I will bundle those interfaces either on the one of the FortiGates or both of them. It's up to you, but here I will do it on both of them. And FortiGate will use both of the tunnels for sending the traffic to other side. Because as you can imagine, if I have one bundle here, I mean I have two tunnels here, one from one interface and the other from other one. On the other side, I have the same FortiGate, right? And it has also two different tunnels, or it can it doesn't matter, like it might be like two different tunnel ports would be go to the one port here. But the idea is for both tunnels, the entry point, this FortiGate, and the outgoing end is the same FortiGate. I mean this HA. So that's why it doesn't matter for both of the devices from which tunnel the traffic enter. It shouldn't differ, and from which tunnel it came out. That's why bundling the interfaces should work properly. Then I am going to start with HA cluster FGT1. We are here, and I cleaned all the configuration from both of the devices currently, so there is no configuration at all. I have just the interface configurations as described here, 50 and this, and these two. Apart from that, I don't have any other configuration. So I will go to VPN, IPSec tunnels, IPSec wizard. Let's use this one first. And this is FGT1 HA, let's say VPN HA1. No, not between FortiGate. I will not go to more details. Local interface for HA, port 1. And remote 24. Create it. Okay. And then I will go to policy and objects, and I should delete these rules because it doesn't allow me to bundle otherwise, since the interface is in use somewhere and reference to this policy, it doesn't allow me to make any changes. So from static route, and here I should remove them. Okay, so I will go to VPN again. It is here inactive. I will just edit it. Do I need to change custom? Yes. Okay, I have this. I want to use this IP. This is my next hop. This is my own IP. Not traffic traversing disable. That peer detection on idle is better. On idle means when there is no traffic on the tunnel, just check it if the other side is up. Because if there is no traffic, maybe the tunnel has a problem. That's why it's there is no traffic. So this is I think better way to check. That's why. If there is no traffic, FortiGate try to automatically check the tunnel if there is a problem. Nothing, and advanced, and as I always auto negotiate enable. Good. So now we are here. Config VPN IPSec phase 1 interface. Show. This is my current phase 1. And config system config VPN, IPSec phase 2 interface, and this is my phase 2. And you know, the second tunnel will be very similar to this one. Actually, everything will be same. Like source even the local subnets, remote subnets, everything will be the same. The only difference, for example, here there is nothing, just the phase 1 tunnel will be different, which is it is connected to. And here the local and remote gateways will change only. So we can just copy paste and create the secondary tunnel very easily and fast. So I will open a notepad. Paste it here. Okay, it just took it. Perfect. And copy it here. Perfect. So we created 2 tunnels. Let me go to FortiGate. Yes, both are here. And what will be different from aggregation side? First of all, I should go to config VPN IPSec phase 1 interface on both sides and set edit VPN HA1, set aggregate member enable, and then next I will go to the secondary one. Yes, and I will set the same command there, enable, yes, and end. This was the first difference. In normal tunnel we don't have those commands. And then I will go to config system IPSec aggregate and then edit aggregate. I will create an interface here named aggregate and then give a name to it I will add members to it, VPN HA1 and VPN HA2, and for the usage of the tunnels I will choose an algorithm which is redundant. Redundant means always use the first tunnel when it is up for all traffic. So if it is down, it will go to the other one. If you choose round robin for first session, it will be use the first tunnel. The second test session, it will be using the second one. So it doesn't matter how you choose the algorithm. So I choose this one and next. And okay. So currently on this firewall we have our tunnels. And we created the aggregation. As I previously explained, for a IPSec VPN, we should have 3 things: configuration, routing, and policy. And as you remember, I already deleted the policies, so I should create a policy. And just in this video, I want to go faster because there are too many things to configure, so I will put everything together, like for incoming interface, for example, I will choose, okay, for here, I will choose aggregate. Outgoing interface is aggregate, not port 2 or port 5. And the incoming one is port 1. So I will use only port 1 and aggregate, that's all. Port 1. Source is oh, no, I don't need this. Source is 25 here, I think. Local, yes. And destination is this one, remote. And then service is all. Flow base, I don't need NAT. No need to inspection, and okay. So with one policy on both direction. Okay, not in the both direction. I should also add the other one here. Okay, so on both direction I allow the traffic. So I am going to network, static route, create new. And I should tell to this firewall, go to tunnel if you want to go to this subnet. Okay. And also routing is done. So we are done with this firewall. Let's go to FGT2. So I will configure this firewall now. I should go to VPN. I will do exactly the same things here. So you can just forward to the relevant section if you would like to. VPN. Standalone. Let's say STD1. Next, remote IP is 15.15.15.3 and pre-shared key is 1 to 6 numbers. Local interface is currently I am creating here the one for port 1. Oh, sorry, local interface. I am sorry, local interface is here, so it's port 2. And remote subnet is 25.25.25.0 here. And create. Perfect. I will go to tunnel. Convert to custom. And let's start it again. Local gateway is primary. I don't want NAT. That peer detection is on idle. Oops. And advanced. I will allow auto negotiation and I will tell it OK. So very quickly I will remove the policies automatically created. I will also remove the static route. Great. And then I will come to configuration. Config VPN IPSec phase 1 interface. Show. And then phase 2 interface. Show. So I will copy this to. Oh, one more thing. I will go to here and I will already set the aggregate member. Yeah. Copy the configuration. And I will go to FortiGate and then VPN IPsec tunnels. Okay, I have 2 tunnels, both are done. Perfect. And I should go to policy and object. Okay, I forgot one command. Config cc system IPsec aggregate and edit aggregate set member and set algorithm redundant and yes, between aggregate and port 2 everything will happen. So source is okay, local remote service all, no NAT, no inspection, log everything. And lastly, the static route. I will tell that if you want to go to 25.25.25.0, /24 use aggregate interface. And now I will go to monitor and IPSec monitor. Yeah, one of the tunnels are up, and let's try for the others. Okay, what is the problem? Let me go to here. Diagnose, debug, disable, reset. Application IC -1 VPN. Okay, for P1 I see some retransmissions here, so it seems like the other side with IP address 15.15.15.3 doesn't answer. So let's disable this and go to other firewall and check the static routes aggregate. Okay, and here static routes network static routes aggregate, and what can I check here? Oh, I will just check if I give IP address to the ports. It is here. Also for this one, it is here. But already it can't set it with this one, so I checked the wrong ports. Okay, they are here. If they can ping each other, execute ping 15.15.15.4 and 3. Okay. So then let me open also debug on this firewall. Diagnose the debug, disable, reset, diagnose debug, application IC -1 and enable. So I am waiting. Negotiation failure. For phase 1, no phase 2 configured. Okay, interesting error. We did this. So config VPN IPSec phase 1 interface show and next, and so let me check phase 2 and show. Yeah, very interestingly, most probably I made a copy. Yeah, I made a copy paste mistake here, unfortunately. So actually this should has name. Okay, how can I? Okay, I will tell edit here and set this to, I will connect this tunnel, this is just a name, to do this phase 1. Set phase 1 name. Okay, show. Okay, great. So this is going to the first one, and I will say next. So and Control V, and now what will happen? Config VPN IPSec phase 2 interface, and if I say show, yeah, both are here. So finally, if I go to monitor, IPSec monitor, and well, perfect, they are both are here, but there no traffic passed until now. So we can start to test phase now. So I will just close this, open this computer, and ping 25.25.25.4. Yeah, it's working, perfect. And I will go to other computer and ping 35.35.35.4. Okay, so both are pinging each other, which means tunnel is working perfectly. So how can I really ensure? Currently I am using the first tunnel, and if the tunnel goes down, it will go to the other tunnel. As you can see, now I am using the first tunnel only, and I will set this tunnel down by disabling this port. But yes, first there is disable set. Yes, config system interface, edit port 1, set status disable. Sorry, set status down, and next. So I set this interface down, which means I lost the GUI access, unfortunately. But still, traffic should be going here. So let's check if the traffic of the computers are still continuous. Okay, not for now. Let's wait for some time. DPD on idle. Yes. Okay. Just it realized the tunnel is down, and automatically it came up. Yeah, it took just some time. This is because of the timers of the DPD. Because of the timers of the DPD, we lost some packets, but traffic is going through the other tunnel now. And now I will set this port to up. I will go to FGT2 here, and config system interface, edit port 1, show. Yes, set status up. And I do this because I want to see the traffic GUI access came back. Yeah, it is here. If I refresh, yes, as you can see, now we have traffic also here, because when we set down the port, the traffic start to pass through this one. But now we set it up, and we should see the traffic again only on the first tunnel. Let's renew, and just check this number is stable, these numbers, and these numbers are increasing. Yes. So as you can see, our configuration works really perfectly. So thank you for listening me, and see you on the next videos. Thanks. Hi everyone. In this video, I will explain you SD-WAN feature. Actually, that's why I need to change the topology first, because SD-WAN is actually something to be able to FortiGate to utilize its WAN access in the most optimized way, basically. And if you have one port, only one port for example, internet access, I mean for WAN, it doesn't have much advantages, if you ask me. But if you have multiple ports, it's very good feature. So that's why in the topology we should have add another outgoing interface to our firewalls. Yeah. So in this network, I will use only this part of the topology. So I have an HA here, and behind I have one network, and you know already I have one WAN. Let's consider here like ISP, one ISP here, and now I added this second ISP here. And for this purpose, I added two more connections from port 3 to here and port 3 to here. This is the first thing I added. And second thing, I will just split this 15.15.15.0/24 subnet into two, so that this one with /25 will belong to my second ISP, and this one with /25 will belong to my first ISP. So let's start the configuration. Very quickly, I will start with the passive node. There is only one change I should do there. Config system interface, edit port 2, because we had we had management IP there, which has /24. So I will set it to with the same IP as /25. If I say next, okay, I can close it. So I will go to this one, active node, which is here. On active node, first I will go to config system interface, edit port 2, show. We had another management IP here, again with /24, so I should set it to 15.15.15.5, 255, 255, 255, 128. Yes, and okay. And lastly, our VIP, which is here, also should be /25. Good. So we have here up port 3, and I will not set management IP this time. So just one IP, one VIP IP will be enough. So this is only new. Our backup WAN IP. This is actually second ISP WAN IP, let's say. So I will have 15.15.15.129/255.255.255.1. Sorry. Yes. And I will say okay. Good. And secondly, normally, let's say we don't have SD-WAN, right? So we should have static routes to both ISPs. For example, to port 2, I will have gateway address. This. Just I am adding a dummy gateway IP addresses because I don't have any ISP, so it's not important what I wrote there, but the important thing that I explain you the logic. So this is my new interface for ISP2, and I am giving another dummy IP like that. And these both ports are up, and they have same administrative distances. So if I go to routing table, routing monitor, they are both on the routing table because they have the same distance, right? So both they are in the table. So here we actually apply ECMP, equal cost multipath, to our routing. So For example, if we have two ISP and if we want to use both of them, so FortiGate will randomly choose here. So here SD-WAN actually come to the scene. So let's go to SD-WAN. So currently the things I explaining all are without SD-WAN. So this will be like according to session based. Most probably, if one packet come to FortiGate, the first one FortiGate will send to this one. If another one come, FortiGate will send to the second one because they have same distance. Or if we change the distance, for example, we can make distance of this new route higher, which means that this will go out of the table because it have more distance. It means that it is less good path. I mean worse path. So FortiGate will use only this one, and this one be totally backup. So it will not be used. It will be a passive backup. But we want to use both of them in the most optimized way. So that's why we will apply SD-WAN. So I will say create new, port 2, and gateway we already defined. Let's do it again. Port 3. It is recommended to add you here to your all the WAN interface. I think personally even the IPSec interfaces, IPSec tunnels going out through. So again 1, 3, 4 and enable. So this is monitoring, usage of monitoring. So for now it's not important what you put here. So enable, and we edit the interfaces. So apply and refresh the page. Yes. So here you see the usage of bandwidth, the distribution between the interface, the bandwidth. So with time, because I am using mostly port 2 now, port 2 will be higher. It's almost 100%. So okay, we created an SD-WAN and these come to here. So first we will go to SD-WAN route. Actually this is policy based route. The logic is exactly policy based route. And this is also policy based route. So if you have SD-WAN, this is very important. If you have SD-WAN, if you want to use it, you should define your policy routes to here. So you shouldn't use this at all. You shouldn't mix these two. If you don't use SD-WAN, please use this. If you have SD-WAN, don't use this at all and use this one for your policy based route. So let's create new. Let's say try. I want to tell for my all sources and all destinations, for all ports, for everything. Here you should choose how the decision will be given for the port. Or for example, okay, for all sources, I am going to Microsoft Office 365. In this case, if I want to reach here, what should I do? I can tell that always use port 2 manually. So if any IP behind the firewall try to go to Office 365, it will use port 2. If I don't want to use manually, I can choose best quality and I put those two here and I put here a SLA and criteria like latency and enable. What will happen in this time? I will go to SLA. Here there are some SLAs and there is being constantly checked. This is in Cisco this is called IP SLA. This is the same thing. So we choose Amazon. For example, let's check Amazon. So Amazon with HTTP protocol, which is port 80. And this URL is constantly, enable probe packet. So it's probing. FortiGate constantly probing, and we have some SLA targets here. And according to those results, FortiGate decide the quality of the that's ISP. Let's say, okay, it is sending the same packets through both interface. I mean, For this SLA, let's go to SD-WAN rules again. Here I told it best quality and make the preference between two of them, right? And use AWS. So for AWS, it is sending these probes, HTTP probes, I showed you under here. It is sending through both ports. And according to latency, for example, let's say port 2 has bigger latency. So for reaching Office 365, it is always using the port 3 because it has a better latency, less latency when checked for this one. Or you can put another destination, and if port 2 has less latency, so port 2 will be used for Office 365 access. So here the interface decision will be given. And then basically that's all. We are doing policy-based route here, but normally in the policy-based route, you choose the interface directly, actually manually, like here. Because when we choose port 2, we don't know if really this is more optimized outgoing interface and so on. But if we choose this one, we are leaving this decision to FortiGate. So it is doing the calculations, checks, and it tries to find the best one. Or we can choose lower cost SLA, and whichever has the lower cost according to parameters here for sure. If I say we can define cost here. So again, if they have same administrative distance, because they have both 10 by default, I didn't change it. They have administrative distance 10, so the cost will be checked as a second option. So if I give, for example, 10 to this and 5 to this, while giving the decision, here it will check the lowest cost. Or if I choose this, it will try to maximize the SLA. So okay, that's all for SD-WAN. It's really very basic. So previously I had shown you the let me show you again, maybe start. Ping 25.25.25.3. Yes, I can ping it. So I will show you debug commands. Diagnose debug, disable, diagnose debug, reset, flow filter clear, flow filter source address 25.25.25.4, protocol 1. Let's go to a bigger screen. Flow trace start 100 and the end. So if I ping, yes, whenever a packet comes to FortiGate, for example from here to here, FortiGate sets a session. Look, still it didn't check any policy. You know, it should also check the policy. And secondly, it tries to find the route. This is before the policy. This is important. So actually, the important thing here, all the we try to optimize with SD-WAN this step of the check routing. After that, for example, FortiGate, according to our configuration here, FortiGate decided to use port 2, right? So still, for Microsoft Office 365, you should have a IPv4 policy, because when the FortiGate finds the route, the next step is going to IPv4 policies. If you don't have policy, access will not be defined. So from port 1, okay, here, for example, I want to allow access to this computer for Office 365. which is connected to port 1. So I will make it from port 1 to SD-WAN. From port 1, and for outgoing interface, for this configuration, for example, I don't know if FortiGate will decide port 2 or port 3. So if I, for example, create a policy like this, and the optimized outgoing interface is port 3 for FortiGate, this access will be blocked. So just to be 100% sure, I will give SD-WAN here, which includes both ports. So according to FortiGate's best decision, it will use the correct port. It can use this one either or this one. So again, I will put here all, and destination Office 365. You can tell all. You can add here sessions and so on. Yeah. Unfortunately, because of I don't have a real internet here, because I don't have NAT cloud here. And if I want to type 2 is, I should take this from here, put it here, too many changes, so I will not do that. But yeah, so as soon as I click on OK, the traffic for Office 365 will hit to this policy, and the access will be provided. Yeah. Because again, SD-WAN is not relevant to policy actually. We just try to find the most optimized way, or you can also do this manually. You are telling FortiGate or do it FortiGate itself from which WAN interface the traffic will be provided. Yeah, this is the main purpose of SD-WAN feature. So as soon as I put here OK, it should work properly. Yeah. Hi everyone, in this video I will show you how to configure OSPF, and the HA and standalone firewalls will set an OSPF between each other, and in the end this computer and this network behind this standalone firewall should be able to ping each other. So let me go to FGT2 and start the configuration. We are on SGT2. And before starting, you should go to System, Feature Visibility, and enable Advanced Routing here. And then Network, OSPF, Router ID. This should be unique and different from the other neighbors. So I will set it as this. And as area, I have this one, which is backbone, 000. And for networks, here you have to announce the network which you want to set the OSPF. For example, for here, on both firewalls, I should announce this network, 15.15.15/24. And I will set the interface, port 1. This, if you set here 0, it will use 10 as hello interval and 40 as that interval, which are the default values. And if I don't want to set an OSPF with an interface, I can just add them here. So they will not reply or send any OSPF related packets, which is these ones. And I also want to redistribute connected. What does it mean? With OSPF to the neighbor, these are my neighbor router, I will also announce this network and this network, which are the directly connected ones, and apply. Then I will go to FGT1, OSPF. I have 0, I have backbone ID. Okay, router ID shouldn't be 0, but it should be different than others. So it has .4 and this has .3. And I have to announce this one. But here also I will announce the one which is in the background. Good. Interface is active OSPF, which is port 2 this time. Okay, these are not within the OSPF, and I don't want to redistribute connected this time because I already announced 2 networks here, and I have already 2 networks here only. I don't have any other connected networks, so I don't want to redistribute anything. And I will tell apply. Then you can go to monitor and routing monitor. Currently I don't have any route, so I will go to, oops, not this one. I will go to here and try some OSPF commands like get router info OSPF, and actually all the ones here are very useful for you, but I will start with neighbor. Yeah, I have already neighborship, which is perfect. So I am going to do routing monitor again, and the OSPF routes are here. So this HA device, which is here, HA, already get the directly connected networks of the neighbor. So this is the neighbor of the HA, and it has this network 192 something and 35 network. So we got the route. Then as the next step, if we have routing, we should create policy. So it can come and go to any of port. Source will be, again, source can be 25 or 35 network, doesn't matter. And service is all. And I don't want to use net, all sessions. I will do the same here. So let me go to this computer and ping 35.35.35.4. Yeah, it's pinging, perfect. I will go to this one. Yeah, it's pinging, perfect. And if I go to my policies, you already see some bytes, so which means it's working properly. So that's all for OSPF. Thank you for listening and see you on the next videos. Hi everyone. In this video I will show you how to configure load balancing on FortiGate. So before start I will explain the topology. So here will be internet or outside connectors for this example, and they will make requests to this virtual IP defined on FortiGate. And this virtual IP will randomly or according to our algorithm will distribute to the request either this IP or this IP. So you can imagine like you are Google and you are giving service to hundreds or thousands of people. That's why you can't use one and only server for all around the world. So that's why you will provide them some couple of IPs like this, one IP, but behind you will have the servers which has exactly the same databases, so that it will not matter if the user is redirected to this one or to the other one. So this is why we need load balancing in many cases. So let's get it started, the configuration. So first you should go to system feature visibility, and you should enable load balance here and apply. Secondly, policy and objects, health checks. Here I have ping health check. This is for FortiGate will constantly check these three servers, and if any of them is down, it will not redirect any request to that one because it's meaningless. That's why we have these health checks. So I have here every 10 seconds, or I will make it even higher. Every 1 minute, it will make checks. Then we should configure the virtual servers. I will come here, create new. Name is my LBV. For my example, I will choose the type as IP because I want to forward everything. I mean, this means which type of service you are giving behind the firewall. So if it is TCP 80 or TCP some port or just ICMP for me, that's why I will choose IP. And virtual server IP is 15.15.15.10. No persistence. And I want to use round robin, which means that if any request comes to FortiGate, it will send the request to the first computer, first server. If second request comes, it will send it to the second one. And if third one comes, it will send it to third one. So it will just turn between the servers, between the three servers I have here. Yeah. And for health check, I will use my ping check. And yeah, and here I should create the servers. First one. Second one. And third one. And I will say OK. And now an interface is any. This is also important. So I will go to IPv4 policy, create new, and here I am giving access from port 1 to port 2. So it is port 1 to port 2. For this source to... Oh, this is important. If you are using load balancer, your inspection mode has to, this is not optional, has to be in proxy based mode. So for destination, if you choose proxy, you will see here, yeah, my load balancer VIP. So you will choose that object you created for load balancing. And for service, I will say off. I don't want NAT. We can add IPS and antivirus just for makeup. So, okay. So it's ready. We don't have any traffic now. Bytes are 0. So let's go and test. Here from my computer, I will ping this IP and it will be distributed to the servers with round robin basis. But since I am always trying with the same IP address, it will send my request to the same computer while I have the session here. So this session should be timeout. I don't want to wait for it, of course. That's why I will, for each of my tests, I will clear the session here. So after my session clearance, each ping will be considered as a new request on FortiGate. So it will send to the other server. So for this purpose, okay, not this one. For this purpose, I will connect to console. Yes, and here diagnosis session filter clear. I don't want any session. And then if I say clear here, everything will be clear, but I don't want to do it now. So this is my ping, and I will make the checks with Wireshark. You will see where the packets are going. So I am listening this line currently. So I will see each and every packet passing through here. Oops. Start Wireshark. And here I will filter with ICMP. And now I am pinging my virtual IP with -p. Perfect. So currently all my requests go to the server .4 as you see here. All are going to .4. Here we see .3. These ICMPs are for health checks. So this is another session. This is control checks. But if you check the mainstream, all goes to port 4.4. So I will clear the sessions. Then FortiGate will consider my ping packets as a new request. And as you can see now, my requests go to .2, which is the other computer. And then I will clear the session again. Well, and as you can see now, my requests go to .3, which is my third computer. So load balancing and also round robin algorithm works really properly. Thanks a lot for listening me, and see you on the next videos.